Namaste and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the OPPI Annual Summit, Changing Frontiers of Healthcare Research in a Dynamic and Digitized World. This summit will focus on the future of healthcare considering the rapid advancements in innovation and research and development with digitization as the underlying. In this two-day summit, we aim to highlight the disruption and evolution of the industry with a vision to build a globally competitive ecosystem, highlighting patient empowerment, access, R&D and innovation, tech and digital disruption. At the offset, we would like to thank Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, Invest India, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Quality Council of India for collaborating with us. We would also like to thank our knowledge partner, Accenture, our session sponsor, IQVIA Consulting and Information Services, India Private Limited, in collaboration with IFPMA, JPMA, PHRMA. Our award sponsors for OPPI Scientist of the Year, Pfizer Limited, for OPPI Young Scientist of the Year, APJ Satya Group, for OPPI Women Scientist of the Year, Merck Specialities Private Limited. Thank you all. For our next award, which is OPPI Excellence in Innovation Award for Healthcare Startup of the Year, it's sponsored by Bayer Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. The OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility of the Year 2021 for both the categories, Large Pharma and MSME Pharma, it's sponsored by Billcare Limited. This award is in collaboration with Quality Council of India and National Board for Quality Promotion. We'd also like to thank our logo partners, Pfizer Limited, Johnson & Johnson Private Limited, Boehringer Ingelheim India Private Limited, Novo Nordisk India Private Limited, MSD Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, and Sanofi India Limited for their support. Thank you so much. Let me also take a moment to get you familiarized with the platform we are on. We are in the auditorium currently where you're watching us. Outside of this auditorium is a lobby area where you can find the agenda of both the days of the summit. You will also be able to browse through the speaker profiles who will be speaking at this summit. There is even a help desk. You can inquire via chat and your query will be resolved there. There is also a gateway to return back to the auditorium where we are right now. In this auditorium, you will be able to see a few icons on the left and right of the screen. These are interactive buttons. On the left, there is clap button where you can, of course, applaud anytime you want. There is a like button when you want to appreciate someone or what is being said here. There is a heart button where you can love what is being shared here. Please click on the heart. Hooter to, of course, celebrate and cheer for our winners. On the right, you will see Ask Question tab. Use it to ask any questions you might have during the panel discussions. Group chat is for you to interact with each other as well as comment on the ongoings of the event, compliment the speaker of the event, or the event itself. We would be happy to read all of it, and I'm sure so will be everyone else. To spread the word to the wider audience, you can also write on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag OPPI Annual Summit and hashtag Research Redefined. You can also tag us at OPPI India. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to officially begin OPPI Annual Summit. I'm Swati Tawa and I will be your host for this two-day summit. Now, this summit, of course, theme is Research Redefined, and we have created a logo for it. The key element of the logo is the human plan, which aims to represent a deeper understanding of human health and how we can study it. The particle effect surrounding this plan represents the use of technology and the energy needed for us to reach this point. The rest of the elements like plants and colors is following the project. We also believe that there is a new plasma screens. Now, before we move forward, we'd like to show you the inaugural film. Can we have the video, please? Thank you. With that, the stage is set to begin the OPPI Annual Summit. As you see on your screens, on both the sides of your screen, there are interactive buttons. Make use of it as I welcome Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan, Director General OPPI, to welcome this esteemed gathering. A very warm welcome, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Kyati. Distinguished thought leaders, speakers, researchers, academicians, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to OPPI's virtual annual summit, Changing Frontiers of Healthcare Research in a Dynamic and Digitized World. Due to some urgent commitment, Honorable Minister Sri Mansukh Mandavia ji is unable to attend the inaugural session. We are thankful to the Honorable Minister for his leadership and encouragement to the healthcare sector. For our industry, dynamism and digitization have been the guiding principles, particularly over the past 2 years. The pharma sector, in close collaboration with the government and other stakeholders, helped address the pandemic effectively. Thanks to the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, that we have been able to address this pandemic in a very effective manner. The government's strong commitment to address the public health crisis is highly commendable, and OPPI member companies, along with several other stakeholders, have played a key role in developing and supplying vaccines and therapeutics in India and across the world through close collaborations. We would like to take this opportunity to applaud the efforts of our members for their vital role in providing voluntary licenses and technology transfer to path-breaking vaccines and therapies. The pandemic has shown us that we need a future-ready model of disease surveillance and response for our people. This road is paved with research and development, from understanding the ailment to responding to and eliminating it. This was well illustrated by the sector's response to COVID R&D through collaborations across industry, academia, and government stakeholders was the key which helped fast track from sequencing the virus to developing multiple vaccines, therapies, as well as diagnostics. The government's commitment to boosting R&D is reflective in our rank in the 2021 Global Innovation Index. From 81 in 2015, we have moved to 46 in 2021. While this is certainly attributable to the tremendous advancement we have made in the information technology and space sector, we must also acknowledge that pharmaceutical innovation, especially in vaccines and therapeutics, is also a very significant contributor. However, being future ready includes driving forth the vision of a research-based biopharmaceutical ecosystem rooted in innovation. This is only possible through frequent dialogue to understand and enhance partnership and encourage newer collaborations to advance R&D within the conducive policy landscape. Under the government's Make in India initiative, we have established a leading position in generic manufacturing. Now, as we continue accelerating our momentum to improve public health outcomes in India and across the world, it is important to sustain the spirit of innovation and collaboration we witnessed over the past 2 years and move from Make in India to Discover in India. In a clarion call to innovate in India, the Honorable Prime Minister rightly said, I quote, "The need of the day is to work while anticipating the needs of the future and to make innovations for tomorrow," unquote. As OPPI, we are aligned with the Prime Minister's vision to discover and innovate in India. In addition to streamlining regulations and improving ease of doing business, the government has also introduced the draft policy to catalyze R&D and innovation in the pharma and medtech sector, which enunciates the commitment to encouraging R&D in both pharmaceutical as well as medical tech sector by strengthening the regulatory framework, incentivizing investments, and creating a facilitatory ecosystem for innovations. What is encouraging for the future of research in our country is the government's commitment towards building an even more predictable, transparent, and consistent policy environment through closer collaboration amongst all stakeholders. The power of digitization has been in full play given the pandemic, when the healthcare sector seized the digital opportunity, bringing in unprecedented levels of ease of access, safety levels, and convenience. This value is further underpinned by the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, which provides universal healthcare by integrating the digital systems within the healthcare infrastructure. The increased allocation for the National Digital Health Mission from 36,576 crore in 21-22 to 37,000 crores in 22-23 will strengthen digital innovation within the healthcare landscape, which, when effectively leveraged, will pave the way for a new era of opportunities across the value chain, be it in drug innovation, diagnostics, and disease management. This OPPI annual summit aims to highlight the challenges, opportunities, and thus a roadmap for a digitized environment suited to meet the needs of a dynamic world with evolving patient needs. We could probably call it as Pharma 2.0. Over the next 2 days, we will recognize individuals and organizations for their pioneering contribution to healthcare industry and encourage researchers. We are fortunate to have several distinguished global and local research thought leaders who will discuss, deliberate, share their insights on the changing frontiers of healthcare research in a dynamic and digitized world. We look forward to the deliberations in the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan, for setting the context for the day. Now, I would like to invite Mr. S. Sridhar, President OPPI and Managing Director Pfizer Limited, for the presidential address. A very warm welcome, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, KG. Good afternoon. Once again, a warm welcome to PI's virtual annual summit, Changing Frontiers of Healthcare Research in a Dynamic and Digitalized World. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to government officials, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, healthcare partners, Minister of Health, Shri Mansukh Mandaviya ji, Secretary DOP Madam S. Aparna, frontline workers, doctors, DCGI, NPPA, and all other government stakeholders and partners for an exceptional COVID pandemic management. It is a great pleasure to see so many stalwarts on one platform. For over 50 years, OPPI has been working closely alongside the government and other stakeholders to realize the collective vision of health for all. We firmly believe that achieving this vision is a function of advancing R&D and innovation in this sector. The pandemic has certainly accelerated our progress on this path. Pandemic has been a great teacher indeed. Research is indispensable for resolving public health challenges, whether it be tackling disease of poverty, responding to rise in chronic diseases, or preempting the future challenges and pandemics. Healthcare research has a high value to society. It can provide important information about disease trends and risk factors, outcomes of treatment or public health interventions, functional abilities, patterns of care, and healthcare costs and use. Investment of resources and manpower in research have led to significant discoveries, the development of new therapies, and a remarkable improvement in healthcare and patient health. The different approaches to research provide complementary insights. Clinical trials can provide important information about the efficacy and adverse effects of medical interventions by controlling the variables that could impact the results of the study. Feedback from real-world evidence is crucial for comparing and improving drug usage, vaccines, and medical devices and diagnostics. It is also vital to record and assess experience in clinical practice in order to develop guidelines for best practices and to ensure high-quality patient care. The recent examples of COVID-19 SARS vaccine developed both in India and abroad, the mRNA technology platform development that led to making the vaccines more effective against virus, the oral medicines developed on COVID-19, the recently developed malaria vaccine that has the WHO recommendation for use in Africa are just few exceptional examples of R&D innovation from member companies. It makes us happy to see significant portion of country's population has taken AstraZeneca Oxford serum vaccine. Research in building an effective ecosystem environment to encourage research is the only way to build up better and healthier patient lives. Investing in setting up good educational research institutions, in skilling the teachers and encouraging students to pursue higher studies in this field will help us to find solutions. The government support in building world-class institutions like NIPERS, the industry collaboration research institutes like CSIRs, IITs will pave way to build right mindset. Today, the Indian pharmaceutical sector stands at the cusp of greatness. We are poised to reach US $130 billion by 2030 as a result of targeted interventions and policies aimed to boost self-reliance, research, and access to innovative medical solutions for a healthier population. We have seen and leveraged potential of digital technologies and systems to drive last mile access. The sector has embarked on ambitious growth trajectory, and to this end, we need to understand and define changing frontiers of innovation to effectively address needs of the future, both for better patient outcomes and sectoral growth. Since its inception, OPPI Annual Summit has endeavored to bring together diverse stakeholders to engage in these conversations, solving for issues to enhance patient outcomes across the country. These discussions then serve as blueprints which address existing and upcoming challenges in healthcare and pharma ecosystem. While past editions are focused on defining access, barriers to healthcare access, healthcare financing, understanding regulation, spurring innovations, this year's edition will witness honorable ministers, policymakers, regulators, industry bodies, patient groups, industry representatives, as well as media deliberating on how digitalization has transformed our understanding of research and drug development and effectively ushered in virtually Pharma 3.0. As KG rightly pointed out, dynamism and digitalization has been buzzwords in the industry and have been synonymous with for the last few years. Despite the pandemic-induced disruption, industry has displayed immense resilience to innovate for better and more effective solutions for COVID-19, while simultaneously ensuring adequate capacity to manufacture and export drugs and vaccines for other ailments as well. The pandemic has transformed the general perception towards pharma sector, with a quick turnaround on vaccines and uninterrupted supply of medicines. This was only possible to consider efforts of the government in addition to industry stakeholders under whose leadership the sector was able to scale newer heights. It's undeniable that innovation under a strong IP regulation protection is a bedrock for better patient outcomes and sectoral growth. Today, we're at the cusp of change, wherein we are gradually integrating digitalization and acceleration R&D within the sector, the time is ripe to fast-track this convergence to achieve ambitious growth trajectory towards US $130 billion by 2030, with the sector as embarked on. Being future-ready involves recurrent dialogues to explore and enhance partnerships and encourage newer collaborations to advance R&D within the conducive policy landscape. The confidence displayed by the government, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, as well as the Department of Pharmaceuticals, serves as a significant enabler for the sector to explore various avenues and deeper collaborations across the value chain to preserve the spirit of innovation. The related reforms instituted over the last few years offer a robust blueprint for holistic growth. Furthermore, the power of digitalization has been fully in play in recent months, given the pandemic, when the pharma sector seized the digital opportunity, bringing in unprecedented levels of ease of access, safety levels, and convenience. This value is further underpinned by Ayushman Bharat digital mission, which provides universal health coverage by integrating digital systems within the healthcare infrastructure. We all witness how the government once again reaffirms its commitment to enhancing the ease of living for the citizens for a healthier India in the recently announced Union Budget 2022-23. The allocation of National Digital Health Mission budget allocation increased from rupees 36,576 crore in 21-22 to 37,000 crore in 2023. Undoubtedly, this move to digitalize the country's healthcare delivery system paves the way for new era of opportunities for pharma sector, especially in the post-pandemic world, with digitization being leveraged across the value chain, drug innovation, diagnostics, and disease management. We applaud the government's effort for taking cognizant steps for the betterment of the people and the development of the industry. We align the Prime Minister's vision to discover, innovate in India, and we look forward to partnering with the government stakeholders towards this objective. We are optimistic that strong collaboration with the government will pave way for industry rooted in strong patient-centric regulations that not only ensure access to quality, affordable, and innovative health solutions, but also protect data, confidentiality, and patent privacy. The pharmaceutical sector in India has, in addition to safeguarding the health and well-being of people across the world, significantly contributed to Indian economy, employment, and innovation metrics, as well as helped consolidate a position in the global value chain. Through such forums, OPPI aims to increase the frequency of dialogue among the stakeholders while also understanding and deliberating cross-sectoral partnerships and gains they may present. Once again, I welcome you all to the OPPI Annual Summit. I'm hoping all of you are able to collaborate, work together for a fantastic R&D environment in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sridhar. With that, we'll be moving towards our Mrct report release. But before I do that, let me quickly run you through on all the interactive buttons that we have on the platform for you. On the left of the screen, you can see clap button for when you want to applaud, like when you want to appreciate someone or what is being said, heart when you love what is being shared here, and hooter to celebrate and cheer. On the right, you will see Ask Question tab. Use it to ask any questions you might have during the panel discussions. Group chat is for you to interact with each other as well as comment on the ongoings of the event, compliment the speaker or the event. We would be happy to read all of it, and so will be everyone else. To spread the word, please don't hesitate in putting out your word at using the hashtag OPPI Annual Summit and hashtag Research Redefined and tag us at OPPI India. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to launch and release the report of Multi-Regional Clinical Trial report. I'd like to welcome back Mr. S. Sridhar and Mr. K.G. Ananthakrishnan, and like to invite on screen Dr. Nilima A. Shirsagar, former National Chair Clinical Pharmacology, ICMR.
Thank you, Khyati. I would like to take opportunity to introduce Dr. Nilima Shirsagar. Dr. Shirsagar is a former National Chair, Clinical Pharmacology, ICM. She is a recipient of many national, international, university and college awards. Example, Nathaniel Tequet Memorial Distinguished Service Award by American College of Clinical Pharmacology in September 2018. B.C. Roy National Award, Vasvik Award for Industrial Research, Mayor of Mumbai Awards. She is Emeritus Scientist, former Chairperson, Scientific Advisory Group, Basic Medical Science Division, and member of Scientific Advisory Board, National Chair of Clinical Pharmacology, 2010-2020, Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, Government of India, New Delhi. Chairperson, member of committees such as WHO committees, Product Development, Advisory Committee for Safety of Medical Products, Drug Statistics Methodology, Malaria Advisory Group, Secretary General, Clinical Division, International Union of Basic and Clinical Pharmacologists, Government of India committees. Drug Technical Advisory Board, DTAB, Chairperson, Core Training Panel Pharmacovigilance Program of India, Chairperson of National Essential Medicines Committee, Chairperson, DSMC, Betaquine Conditional Access Program for Tuberculosis, Chairperson, Subcommittee of Drug Technical Committee of Fixed Dose Combination, Member, Monitoring Committee, Member, Evaluation Committee, Chair, Ayush. Dr. Nilima, it's a real pleasure to have you, and I was so proud and humbled to really introduce you to the august audience. Over to you, madam. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sridhar and Dr. Anand Krishnan. It's a real privilege for me here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's indeed a great honor for me to give this preamble on the multi-regional clinical trial report and its release today, which is being organized by the OPPI and ISCR. We would really like to know, why is Mrct important? Why do we need clinical trials in different regions of the country? Well, it will give us and be able to gain global experience, and it will help accelerate the drug development process, registration, and from a public health perspective, provide access quickly and at lower cost to needy patient and benefit the patient. Then why Mrct now? Mrct is really not new. In fact, 25 years back in India was part of a multinational clinical trial for a new anti-malarial drug, important for drug-resistant malaria. Based on the results of this study, it received global approval, is part of the WHO program, and it has saved millions of lives. Then why is Mrct important today? COVID pandemic has accelerated, strengthened many aspects, as mentioned already by Dr. Sridhar and Anand Krishnan, many aspects of vaccine and drug and devices development and clinical research. As per WHO's February 2022 report, India ranks second, next to only USA, in the number of clinical trials for the WHO's R&D blueprint diseases like COVID. But there are many other unmet needs and diseases like infections due to resistant microorganisms, diseases of women and children and old age, Alzheimer's, dementia, cancer, to name but a few. Let me tell you a story of a 6-year-old boy from Nasik, a very alert researcher, in fact, surprisingly, a chemical engineer at that. He noticed that this 6-year-old boy's shirt could be buttoned from neck down, but on the abdomen and or his belly, it couldn't be buttoned because his abdomen had become simply too big. And indeed, the boy had liver enlargement, which was on account of a rare metabolic disease. Drugs for such rare diseases are being developed globally. Carrying out MRCTs for efficacy and safety testing can help early access and lowering of cost for such patients. In fact, early diagnosis and access to medicine can save this patient's life. What is the global and Indian scenario? ICH, the International Committee on Harmonization, has already developed guidelines for MRCT. Japan has taken proactive steps for early engagement of MRCTs. What about India? Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that the world is a family, is our old saying, meaning thereby, do things for general good, benefit the patients. But are we ready for MRCTs? Infrastructure for healthcare and research is being continuously upgraded in our country. Today, annually, nearly 90,000 undergraduate medical seats are being filled. There are 1.2 million registered doctors, 70,000 hospitals, 30,000 primary health centers, 150,000 sub-centers, model research units in many hospitals, multidisciplinary rural health research units of ICMR, product development centers and rational use of medicine centers of ICMR, disease registries, national institutes of ICMR, CSIR, and number of government programs, as Dr. Sridhar already mentioned. More is needed. Sorry, excuse me. We need more. It is seen that globally, there is underrepresentation in clinical trials of Asians and Africans. Harvard, USA has in fact set up an MRCT center with focus on capacity building and listening to the trial participants. It's important that clinical trials are of high quality, are reported completely, correctly, and promptly so that they contribute to evidence-based future clinical trials, and policy decisions. For all this, there is need for societal and patients' confidence and support. Good standard of infrastructure, trained and qualified clinical research staff, investigator, ethics committee members. While indeed, world is like a member of family, there are differences between regions. This must be understood, and all available knowledge should be shared. Approach should be patient care and safety. Paying attention to diversity, effect modifiers like genetics, culture, food habits, I need not mention here the diversity in India itself, and healthcare norms. Early consideration of all these points indeed will help and accelerate the process, which is what Mrct is trying to do. Early acceptance of all this will lead to government, drug regulators, and societal acceptance, and will indeed benefit the patient, which is what is expected, as what Anand Krishnan and Dr. Sridhar were mentioning. I hope with this preamble, audience would be more than convinced about the need for Mrct and what needs to be done to make it most effective. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And Dr. Somani, our drug controller, will, I'm sure, give his comments on this. Thank you all very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nilima. I would now like to just quickly introduce to you, as Dr. Somani is already on here with us on screen. We have with us Dr. V.G. Somani, the Drugs Controller General, India Central Drug Standard Control Organization, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Now that we have all our dignitaries on screen, Mr. Sridhar, may I request you to please give a brief introduction to Dr. Somani as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Somani. Thank you for joining us today. Dr. Somani in India does not require an introduction at all. He is very, very popular man. Every person knows him. But our forum has got a lot of people from outside of India also dialing in. So I'll take a minute to introduce Dr. Somani to the benefit of people outside the country here today. Dr. Somani is a drugs controller in India under DHES, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He holds an MPharm PhD in pharmaceutical sciences. He is working in CDSCO in drugs regulation for the last 22 years and has vast experience in the field of GMP, GCP, GRP, GDP, GLP, dossiers, etc. He has been involved in formulating various national regulatory guidelines on similar biologics and contributed to various WHO guidelines on drugs, devices, and vaccines related issues. Dr. Somani's focus areas are simplification regulation and access to quality medical products through good regulatory practices and strengthening of drug regulatory system. He is well-known speaker and trainer of various national and international WHO scientific bodies and was awarded merit scholarship fellowship by government since schooling days till the completion of his PhD. Dr. Somani's role in managing and supporting during the COVID pandemic was exceptional. We want to thank him and his entire CDSCO for the exceptional work in the pandemic, sir. Thank you once again for joining us here today, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now that we have both our dignitaries, Dr. Nilima Shirsagar and Dr. V.G. Somani, I would like to take this moment to do the official report release of Mrct. And before we do that, can we have the audio visual of the report, please? May I now request all our dignitaries to kindly hold up the report facing the camera for the official Mrct report release. Just hold on a moment. Yes, let's take this perfect picture moment and take a snapshot of it. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you very much. With that, the Mrct report is officially released, and I would request Dr. Viji Sumani to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, organizers. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, OPPI, for giving me this opportunity to join this your annual meeting and changing frontiers of healthcare research in a dynamic and digitized world. And specifically, when Dr. Nilima Sagar, a well-known scientist and friend, guide, philosopher of all of us, has given the preamble, it becomes even more easier to talk about the Mrcts, which we usually call in our country as a global clinical trials. The drug development, I would just start with some of the, things that drug development is becoming more complex with advancement of evolving scientific principles and enhanced understanding of pathophysiology of disease conditions, and development of newer medicines follow complex clinical development paths, as earlier explained. And many of these are targeting towards specific elements of disease pathology, depending on molecular biology and also sometimes very specific targets. And we can see that in every sphere, like oncology drugs for specific mutations, drugs for rare diseases, evolving gene therapies, etc. And during the current pandemic, one of the major transformation observed is the regulatory agility in both the decision making and scheduling the consultative meetings, whether you have the dossier assessments and the meetings of the experts. Quick learning attitude shown by the all stakeholders, including industry, government, regulator, and academia, has enabled the availability of many medicines for management of COVID-19 with quick turnaround time. Medicines includes vaccines, other kinds of immunobiologicals, small molecule therapeutic drugs, and also I would like to say that even diagnostics. And globally, there has been transformation in drug development to adapt quickly for the adaptive design to enable fast track launches. And one such development is how do we rely on data generated in multi-regional clinical trials without compromising on quality, safety, and compliance to the regulatory provisions. Most of the innovative drug molecules undergoes a robust multi-regional clinical trial process to include diverse set of patients, which gives specifically optimal data. And if there is no variability anticipated in the drug response or disease pathology, then multi-regional clinical trial data may become what we can say a robust tool to enable simultaneous access of drugs without the need of undergoing a similar set of additional local clinical trial, which helps in rationalizing cost, time, and resources. That is the most important advantage of this MRCTs. But while assessing these, that there are no major differences, the stakeholders, scientists, and regulators have a little bit of challenge because of the definitive factors like the differences in the local standard of care, ethnic differences, genetic differences. And in the past, clinical trials for the purpose of regulatory approvals of the drugs in various countries were conducted independently from those in, you can say, the countries like US, EU, because of concerns that ethnic differences among the population might affect drug responses, efficacy, and safety. I'm talking specifically from the perspective of the Asian and Indian region. In general, the strategy initiating development in one region, following up with the similar studies in the subsequent region used to result in duplication of the studies and delayed development with late market access or the access to the patient in subsequent regions. This situation was actually seen uh, earlier in various countries. And to increase the efficiency of the drug development and minimize the duplications of the things which may not be required, the E5 guidelines entitled Ethnic Differences in the Acceptability of the Foreign Clinical Trial Data was established by ICH of the technical requirements for pharmaceutical and followed by regulatory implementation in various countries including US, Japan, EU, and we also adopted in our regulations in the NDCT rule to a maximum extent. In 2014, the Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Agency, PMDA, submitted to the ICH a concept paper proposing new harmonized guidelines on general principle for planning, design, and etc. of MRCT. And this guidelines was prepared through consultative process. The need of our is, as Shirdhar has already explained, because I personally feel simplification is the most important. The regulatory compliances or the patient safety can be achieved if we make our guidelines and regulation on the in such a simple manner that even the layman can understand it. Of course, scientific people will understand it. The new drug approval processes should be logical and based on the scientific principle. There is a clear need to develop additional guidelines to cover the topics where there is a lack of clarity and to make the existing guidelines much more efficient. Further, there is a need to have what I can say, a lot of dynamism, robustness, and detailing of preclinical toxicology studies, clinical development, and post-marketing authorization studies, and how the digitalized technologies, artificial intelligence also can help in these regards, which we have utilized to a large extent during the COVID period, and there are many examples of that. Because during the COVID period, it was the lockdowns, the patients were not able to visit the sites and uh, doctors were not able to see the patients, but still the clinical data evaluation was necessary. So in that cases, the digital technology helped to do that things. And MRCT is a good idea to start with. Theoretically, MRCT would be better option for data generation. However, this is not that simple, and several factors must be considered for success of MRCT. If good outcome is needed from MRCTs, we need to take care of regional differences, scientific and general ones, technical expertise, sometimes just like I told you, the standard of care and attitudes, resources, etc. If these differences are considered and they are managed with the local SOPs only instead of disturbing the entire MRCT protocols, MRCT can be a good approach. And for any MRCTs to succeed in any country or region, regulatory environment must be supportive. And for that, we in India have come out with the new drugs and clinical trial rules, which gives a lot of flexibilities. And we encourage people to start the early clinical development in our country, starting from early stages of enrollments of the patients and uh, starting phases, so that the early data generation can assure the early access to the global product, which can serve the need of the patients. With this, I cannot explain more about the advantages of MRCTs, and to encourage all stakeholders to do it with all zeal. And regulatory environment in India will always support it for early access to the better therapeutic options in our country. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vijay Samani. And I'd like to thank Dr. Nilima Shirsagar as well for being here and releasing this report. Thank you so much to both our dignitaries. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move into the award ceremony. But before we do that, let me once again remind you the interactive buttons on your screen are most important right now, as you can celebrate with us the achievement of all our winners. As we are moving towards the award ceremony to celebrate the outstanding and exemplary contributions, I'd like to welcome back Mr. S. Sridhar and Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan to join us on screen for the award ceremony. A very warm welcome, sirs, and over to you.
Let me take this opportunity to, share, details about the OPPI Lifetime Achievement Award 2021. About the award, over the years, OPPI Lifetime Achievement Award has been recognized as gold standard in the biopharmaceutical industry. The award, instituted in 2014, is to recognize an individual within the biopharmaceutical industry for his or her pioneering efforts in building a healthy, innovative, and progressive India. And several stalwarts over the last several years, over a decade, have been conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award for their pioneering contribution. May I now request Sridhar to, declare the award, please.
Thank you, KG. I'm actually honored and humbled to be doing this rollout here. It's a very, very prestigious recognition. And I want to really, really thank OPPI for instituting this over the years. And for 2021, I'm happy to announce the winner of the OPPI Lifetime Achievement Award goes for the year 2021 goes to Dr. Cyrus S. Poonawalla, Chairman and Managing Director, Serum Institute of India Private Limited, for an exemplary contribution to the healthcare industry over the past many, many years. Congratulations, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla.
Our heartiest congratulations to Padma Bhushan Dr. Cyrus S. Poonawalla. Can we have the display of the recognition, please?
Honorable Minister of Health, Shri Mrcp, dignitaries on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. May I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of Pharmaceutical Producers of India immensely for bestowing upon me this recognition of the Lifetime Achievement Award for steering Serum Institute's remarkable work and contribution to the nation and the world during the COVID-19 crisis. Serum Institute has certainly, in the shortest possible time, produced and delivered 1.6 billion doses of COVID vaccine to date, which has resulted in protecting 89% of all adults in our country, in addition to whatever we could provide earlier before the government of India restricted us from supplying WHO and the world. It would be relevant to mention that this gigantic task was possible because of the visionary decision my son and myself took in making the vaccine before it was licensed and then getting the licensed product ratified under the emergency use procedure adopted by the government of India, and is a dynamic move made. As also the procedure that was followed in other countries also to rise to the occasion of this great epidemic that was ensuing since the last 1.5 years. The advanced planning and risk-taking. Why I say risk-taking? Because in case the product was not successfully manufactured and released by the National Control Laboratory, hundreds of crores of funding from the company would have gone waste. And it would have been a major question mark on my achievement of producing this very much needed vaccine. But with the grace of God, it succeeded and gave immense protection to people of the country. Having said that, this achievement was obviously possible at a time of uncertainty and anxiety, with the help and overtime working night and day of our scientists and staff who rose to the occasion, and also the health ministry who were interacting on a day-to-day basis, which normally they take weeks to respond for permissions and licenses. And I give full marks to the cooperation the health ministry gave to us and other agencies involved in clearances from time to time. Notwithstanding the tremendous efforts and stress put on the organization to rise to the occasion, the important point is that in addition to the COVID vaccines, we continued uninterrupted to provide all other vaccines required by WHO, Government of India, and the world. This was very significant because at one time it was suggested that we could set aside and hold up or slow down delivery of all other vaccines and give priority to the COVID vaccine that is required desperately. I'm happy to state that the overall contribution of tens of millions of children's lives that was and is continuing to be saved by making affordable vaccines was not interrupted. Today, Serum Institute is the world's largest producer of vaccines by number of doses produced. That is 1.5 billion doses a year, spanning over supplies to more than 170 countries worldwide. Serum Institute has attained world leadership by achieving this unmatched figure of protecting more than 2/3 of the infant population globally, hereby saving more than 30 million lives across the globe. What I mean to emphasize here, that providing vaccines which could or may have saved children's lives or even some adults' lives is different from my contention that those people, if they were not provided vaccine, many times at the price of a cup of tea, would have died, not may have died. And the data for that is provided in WHO statistics, which shows that the death rate of, say, 1.5 million children, in addition to another 500,000 adults, etc., has come down to less than 100,000 today from 25 years ago. And that difference is contributed 90% by Serum Institute, who is the only provider of such affordable and high quality approved by WHO vaccines that are here to, and even now not going to be available had we not continued our efforts in the. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Cyrus S. Poonawala, and our heartiest congratulations once again. I'd request Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan to take us through our next award, please.
Thanks, Kathy. We have instituted OPPI Special Recognition Award since 2015. This is conferred on an individual who has made a very significant contribution that has impacted the lives of patients and health of the nation. And this has been given since 2015 to very eminent people who have made such a profound impact on the health of the nation. May I request Sridhar to announce the winner's name and confer the award, please.
Thank you, KG. Again, it's my pleasure to announce the winner of the OPPI Special Recognition Award 2021. No surprise, this person was very, very popular during the last 1 year, 2 years. Dr. Randeep Guleria, Director, Alder Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, for your outstanding efforts during pandemic that helped save patients while building and strengthening the health of the nation. Congratulations, Dr. Guleria, and thank you for all your help and support managing the pandemic in the country.
Our heartiest congratulations to Dr. Randeep Guleria. Can we have the display of the recognition, please? Many congratulations, Dr. Randeep Guleria. May I request you to say a few words, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mr. S. Sridhar, President OPPI, Shri KG Ananthakrishnan, Director General OPPI, other dignitaries who have virtually joined in, ladies and gentlemen. At the onset, I'd like to really thank OPPI for considering me for this special recognition award. It's truly an honor and a humbling experience. And I would really say that all of us did our bit as far as the pandemic was concerned. We all got together from different parts and really contributed in whatever way we could. For us, this was an unprecedented event, a pandemic that we would see hopefully once in our lifetime. And we had really no knowledge about it as we started off in the beginning of 2020. And it evolved as far as treatment strategies, preventive strategies, and other things were concerned. It was almost like building a ship while you're sailing and trying to find new sort of ways to stay afloat, if I may put it that way. And we at the All Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi tried to do our best. We created a separate 1,700 bed facilities. And I must say that during the second wave, we still ran out of beds and we had to create more and more areas. And then you have the whole problem of human resources and the issue of enough oxygen supply to be able to manage the increasing surge of cases that we saw during that time. But there was a lot of learning. And I think we also started developing new modules so that we could help people across the country. Guidelines were made, which became part of the national guidelines. Training modules were made, which were then for doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, even for rural India. And we also developed an e-ICU platform and interacted with many hospitals to have a standardized treatment protocol, because there was such a lot of panic and uncertainty that all sorts of treatments were being tried in different parts of the country because people really didn't know how best to treat this new viral infection. So I myself probably interacted with more than 550 hospitals across the country and talked to all the doctors there in trying to develop treatment strategy on one platform. And I realized the challenges that doctors were facing. I still remember in one place, it was a gynecologist who had never seen patients with pneumonia and having now to manage patients with pneumonia during the pandemic. So I think all of us got together, and it was really a remarkable learning experience, and it showed the resilience that our country has and really made me feel proud of being an Indian. So I would like to dedicate this award to all the citizens of the country, because I think all of us got together in our own way, whether it be distribution of food, whether it be looking after those who needed support, did their bit. And in the true sense, we were all COVID warriors. So thank you very much for considering me for this award. I'm really honored. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And once again, our heartiest congratulations to you, Dr. Randeep Guleria. Moving forward to introduce the next award, which is the Excellence in Innovation Award for Healthcare Startup of the Year 2021. I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Saxena, Managing Director, Bayer Zydus Pharma and Country Division Head, South Asia Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you so much. Taking the cue from Dr. Guleria and congratulating him for the award. The pandemic did bring, a true mettle for healthcare provisions in India, especially when we went into a hard lockdown. Organizations have been challenged to find innovative, sustainable, and durable solutions so that the access of drugs and the healthcare facilities could be given to everybody in a diverse country like India. And in that, it was commendable to see that a lot of organizations and individuals came out with their entrepreneurial spirit, which displayed that these startups have risen to the occasion in such a compelling environment. And keeping in this mind, true to our spirit at OPPI, in the evolving landscape, with the backdrop of pandemic, we have now to introduce a new award, which is the Excellence in Innovation Award for Healthcare Startup of the Year. And this is further to our commitment in pushing the country's agenda for equitable access to healthcare. OPPI wishes to applaud every single effort of all the entrepreneurs, and we just heard Dr. Guleria highlighting the entrepreneurial spirit of HCPs, where a gynecologist was treating pneumonia. I think a lot of startups were also looking at finding innovative solutions, be it digital, but focused on giving equitable access. And in that, this award goes to the startups who are focused on excellence in innovation from a startup culture. We had a very robust evaluation process, and OPPI wants to thank all the validators and the jury panel for that. If you can flash the names of the jury as well as the validator, I would like to thank them. Starting from Professor Sarang Deo, he is the area leader in operations management executive director, Indian School of Business, as well as attached to the Max Institute of Healthcare Management. And he had several rounds of serious discussions with the jury. If I can also see the jury's name, and thank you, Professor Sarandeo, for spending your significant time to really make sure that the process was absolutely fair and serious. We had excellent jury. Anand, who is co-founder and CEO of Baguworks, Raja, the MD for Sanofi India, Ramesh Kalisan, President and CEO of India Tech, as well as Meena Ganesh, co-founder, chairperson of MD Protea Medical, and Dr. Karthikeyan Konalagu, technical director, Bosch AI Initiatives. I really want to thank all of them for their time spent to find the right startups. Can we have the winner? I know everybody is waiting for it, and the colleagues from. So extremely delighted and proud, and we are at Bayer, we are sponsoring this award for excellence in innovation as a healthcare startup is Ryota Technologies Private Limited. I can see Gajanan and the colleagues here as well. So a round of applause for them. Extremely good work. So what they did is they developed a novel concept of AI-powered spiroproton device, which is for screening and diagnosis of chronic respiratory ailments. I really want to thank them for their outstanding work during the pandemic, but also living and showing the true entrepreneurial spirits during such a challenging times. Congratulations for the award to the entire team of Ryota Technologies.
Yes, many congratulations to Ryota Technologies Private Limited for taking away the award of OPPI Excellence in Innovation for Healthcare Startup of the Year 2021. I'd like to welcome Gajanan Sakre, founder of Ryota, Shardul Joshi, co-founder, and Aditi Payas, CEO, Ryota Technologies Private Limited, to join us on screen while we display the recognition on screen. Many congratulations to the entire team. Would the winners like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much, OPPI and team. In 2018, when we started Briota, I just had a simple and kind of a selfish goal. My mother is asthmatic, so I just wanted to build an affordable and easy to use pyrometer, which we did with all the hard work of Team Briota, and COVID happened. We didn't know the AI and machine learning that we were using in diagnosing asthma or COPD can actually help COVID patients. So our team again worked, like Dr. Guleria mentioned, 24 by 7. But not only our startups, but hundreds of startups were working really hard. We were lucky to work with Mumbai Municipal Corporation and some of the industries in India to help more than 40,000 patients during these difficult times. And now our teams in Denmark and India are on a global mission to help more than 1 million patients. And in this mission, this recognition from OPPI means a lot to us. I have not heard a case where a national body of pharma companies will honor a small health tech startup. That's really commendable. Thank you so much, OPPI. And a special thank you to Team Bayer. Getting a recognition and with a mentorship from an institution itself means a lot to us. And also, I would like to mention that getting our names announced in this event, where the legends like Dr. Poonawalla and Dr. Guleria are getting awards, gives me goosebumps. So thank you so much, Team OPPI. We accept this award in all humility and gratitude, and we'll continue working, making sure that our innovation actually reaches grassroots. Thank you so much. Shardul and Aditi, you would like to add?
I believe Gajalan has spoken about our mission, so I will speak about the award process and the OPPI. So when we first applied for this award, we had a selfish goal, that is to win the award, promote ourselves, and understand how the pharma world works, especially with the startups. But the detailed selection process and the feedbacks and the suggestions which we received during the jury presentation helped us a lot to understand how much detailing we need to do, especially when we are talking about innovation. Startups generally work with a lot of passion, but they sometimes lack key details. Team OPPI has been very patient and supporting this type, and I see that this is a huge opportunity for Briota and for me person as a first-time entrepreneur to learn the clinical and commercial aspect of medtech products from the mentors of Bayer Pharmaceutical. Thank you, OPPI and Bayer Pharmaceutical, for this recognition and for their. Thank you. Aditi.
Hello. While we are excited to get mentoring sessions from Bayer, we actually look forward for connecting to all pharma companies under OPPI network, get the guidance and of course some business. I hear thanks a lot. Thank you very much to my team, my associates, my customers, my vendors, and not to forget our mentors from Atal Innovation Mission who are there and who are standing with us in our journey. Thank you once again, OPPI team and Bayer Pharmaceuticals. This means a lot to us. Thank you very much.
Big congratulations, Briota Technologies. May I request you to please hold that trophy one more time for a quick memory snapshot of this victory. Big congratulations to all of you. And yes, we would like to thank Bayer Pharmaceuticals Private Limited for sponsoring the Excellence in Innovation Award for the Healthcare Startup of the Year 2021. As part of the sponsorship, Bayer has agreed to collaborate further with the team for a one-year mentorship program. Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj Saxena. Thank you for sponsoring the award and thank you for being here and conferring the award as well. With that, we'll move forward and I'd like to invite Ms. Nitika Garg, Director of Research OPPI, to join us on screen. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Khyati. We at OPPI believe in imbibing quality culture in the pharmaceutical ecosystem, and hence, for the first time, we have instituted the Quality Award for an Excellent Facility of the Year in collaboration with Quality Council of India. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Patati, who heads Allergan India Private Limited, an AbbVie company and the chair of Technical Supply Chain Committee at OPPI, to elaborate more about this newly instituted first of its kind Quality Award for Excellent Facility in India. Suresh, with more than 30 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, has held several senior management positions in companies such as Pfizer, Schering-Plough, MST, and in his last assignment, he was heading Ferring India Limited. I welcome you, Suresh, once again. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nitika. And it's so important for us that the product which reaches the patient is of the highest quality. And the award, the Quality Award, is instituted for the first time by OPPI in collaboration with the Quality Council of India to recognize pharmaceutical facilities excelling in quality manufacturing processes. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to Adil Zainul Bhai, the Chairman, Quality Council of India, who is the India's quality champion, for collaborating with OPPI for this very prestigious award. Mr. Champak Kumar Biswas, CEO for the National Board for Quality Promotion, for supporting OPPI team in developing the evaluation process. Mr. Mohan Bandari, Managing Director for Bill Care, for sponsoring this award. Dr. Firdosh Garden, Head External Supply Operations, APMA Novartis, and also the co-chair for the Supply Chain and Technical Committee, for leading the award process and evaluation. OPPI believes that it is imperative for industry to build a quality culture in the country and provide medicines with best-in-class global quality standards to the patients. With this award, we aim to recognize efforts by manufacturing enterprises for implementing high-quality manufacturing systems, leading to development of quality culture in Indian pharmaceutical sector. OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility of the Year 2021 highlights the importance of setting and adopting best-in-class global quality standards in the pharmaceutical industry, keeping patient safety at the core. There has been a growing awareness in improving and scaling up quality standards for manufacturing facilities in the country. I want to take this opportunity to thank Billcare Research for sponsoring this award. The evaluation process, OPPI would like to thank jury panel, observer for the valuable time and insights in choosing the OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility 2021. The evaluation process itself was done in two phases. In the first phase, the applicant had to provide facility details by filling a detailed questionnaire, which was developed with the consensus of jury and inputs of the NBQP team from QCI. 3 candidates from each category were shortlisted for the next evaluation round. The applicants presented about their facility to the jury members and observer, and there were a lot of questions which were asked to the participants. And these are 2 categories. One is a large pharmaceutical facility, and the other one is an MSME facility. I would request the jury slide to be flashed on the screen, please. So just to introduce the distinguished jury panel members, Dr. K. Vishwanath is Independent Technical Consultant, ex-Technical Director for Rapticos Bread and Company. Dr. Prasad Kanitkar, ex-Pfizer, Director Plant Operations at Pfizer Limited and now retired and is a consultant. Dr. Pratima Tatke, Principal and Professor of Pharmacy, Pharmacology and Chemistry, CU Shah College of Pharmacy, SNDT Women's University, Juhu Campus. Mr. Shyam Bang, former Director, Jubilant Life Sciences, Chairman of FICCI Task Force for Manufacturing Excellence and member of Governing Council of Indian National Academy for Engineering. Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor for JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, formerly JSS University. Deepshika Jakate, Regional Director and Head Quality India, Abbott India Limited. And the observer was Mr. C.K. Biswas, CEO for the NBQP, Quality Council of India. So the award is aligned with the Government of India's initiatives to increase manufacturing of pharmaceutical products, meeting global manufacturing standards at higher volumes at Indian facilities. From the journey of making in India to discovering in India, quality will play a paramount role in ensuring the products are accepted worldwide. This award will also promote quality culture in the industry and motivate the industry players, large pharma, as well as MSMEs who play a very important role in our overall pharmaceutical industry to focus on the quality of the formulations and at the end of the day, benefiting the patient. We hope that we have received a lot of applications this year. We hope we will continue to receive lots more applications for quality awards in the years to come by. I will request the members to join on the screen. Mr. Adil Zainul Bhai, Chairman, Quality Council of India. Mr. Champak Kumar Biswas, CEO, MBQP. Mr. Mohan Bandari, Chairman and Managing Director, Billcare Limited. Dr. Firdosh Garden, Head External Supply Operations, APMA Novartis. And I will request Mr. Adil Zainul Bhai to share his thoughts on the collaboration of Quality Council of India and OPPI for this award. Mr. Adil, can I have your thoughts, please?
We see that Mr. Adil Zainul Bhai has some technical trouble right now.
Okay.
He's joined us back.
So we'll give it a moment.
Yes. Thank you.
There is, no?
I think it's better.
Yeah, Mr. Adil. Adil,
Yeah.
we would request your thoughts on
Yes.
the collaboration between QCI and OPPI, please.
Yeah, sorry. I was just in a place where the network was a little weak. So now you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm very excited at the start of this award. And I'm very excited about the collaboration between OPPI and QCI. And let me start out by saying one of the big moves for QCI is to ensure that the quality of goods and services for the Indian citizen and for whatever goods are made in India is at a very high level. I think the expectation is very high from customers and to improve the quality of living for Indian consumers. The Prime Minister has said that we need to make sure that we are providing the best for our Indian citizens, in addition to, of course, exports. And so it is in this context that an initiative like this, which helps improve the quality for not just the top 20, 30 companies who are anyway doing great quality because they're exporting and meeting FDA requirements, but for all the other companies that are involved in producing products for India and helping them improve quality is a very, very important part of Atmanirbhar Bharat and for the kind of country we're trying to build. In a few years, we will be at $5 trillion economy. We will be one of the biggest economies in the world. And our citizens, deserve very, very high quality products. In many places, when you talk to consumers, nobody says, I want a cheap, shoddy product. Everyone wants a good product at good prices. And when given a choice, the consumers are demanding high quality. And as they get richer and as their income rises, as it will rise as we get to $5 trillion, they will expect very high quality. So I think it is very prescient that QCI and OPI are getting together to try and encourage this very high level of quality by having these quality awards. I think it's a great start, and I hope that this inspires a very large number of companies to improve the quality of their products for both the Indian consumer and for exports. I would have loved to have been there and met everyone in person, but these days we are not yet gotten to the point where everything is physical. So I will look forward to this continuing partnership, and maybe at the next event, I'll be able to meet many of them, many of you in person, and many of the award winners. But I think the campaign for quality in pharma for Indian citizens and for export is a very critical one, and that this award should serve as one step to get all of them to improve on quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Adil.
Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Mohan Bhandari to kindly announce now the winner of OPPI Award for Excellent Facility 2021 in the category Large Pharma Companies. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nitika. So winner for OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellence facility for 2021 in the large pharma category is Mrcp Limited, a Meiji Group company, Unit 7. This facility is located in Bangalore for the quality culture and innovative approaches applied in the manufacturing of finished dosage forms. Thank you.
Big congratulations to Mrcp Limited for taking away the award of OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility Large Pharma Companies category. I'd like to invite the winning team on screen, Mr. Pankaj Garg, Managing Director, Mr. Y.A. Chaudhary, Chief Operating Officer, and Mr. G. Subramaniam, Executive Vice President from Mrcp Limited, to join us while we display the recognition on screen. Many congratulations. I'd request the winners to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think, first of all, I would like to congratulate OPPI and Quality Council of India thinking about this concept of bringing the Quality Award. And as we all know that, I think quality is the core and quality is the paramount as far as the pharmaceutical sector is concerned, where we make a difference to the life of the peoples, where we cure their disease and we make them better. I think, first of all, congratulations to OPPI and Quality Council of India. In fact, it's really a privilege and honor for us to receive this very first award for quality for the large pharmaceutical company. I humbly accept this award on behalf of all our employees whose dedication and commitment towards quality made this recognition possible today. In fact, this award is a testimony to the strong quality culture which we adopt in our company, not only in our Unit 7, which got this award, but across all other 8 manufacturing units which we operate out of India. And we being part of Meiji Corporation, Japan, the quality is the DNA of the company. Whatever we do, whatever we sort of take work on, quality is paramount and everything revolves around quality for us. I think this is going to encourage us further. It is going to sort of strengthen our resolve further to provide quality medicines to all the patients, not only in India, but world over. And I would like to dedicate this award to all the patients to whom we serve globally. And again, I thanks OPPI and Quality Council of India and all the jury members for considering Mrcp worthy of this award. And I'm pretty sure, I think this award will bring strong quality culture in the entire pharmaceutical industry and will encourage more companies to strive for this award and take the quality culture of Indian pharma industry to a next level. And I think I'm pretty sure that we collectively as industry will be able to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, big congratulations. Can I request you to please hold the trophy up for a great victory moment here? Yes, all of you can also use that clap button on your screen and send your best wishes in the group chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again to the winners. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're now moving to the next category under OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility 2021, which is Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. I would once again request Mr. Mohan Bhandari to announce the winner's name.
Thank you. So, winner of OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility 2021 in the MSME Pharma category is Galantic Pharma, Manufacturing Unit Number 2, located at Gandhidham, Gujarat, for the quality culture and innovative approaches applied in the manufacturing of finished dosage form.
Big congratulations to Galantic Pharma. I'd like to invite the winning team from Galantic Pharma, Managing Director Bhupendra Sanghani, Director Inaugural, and Director Jay Mehta to join us on screen. Can we have the display of the recognition, please? Our heartiest congratulations, and request the winners to say a few words, please.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to receive this prestigious award. And definitely, I would like to thank both OPPI and QCI for this great initiative, which will definitely attract lots of MSME or SME companies to take part in the future programs like this. And definitely, they would kind of do better and better. And maybe next award would be still difficult for us, I believe. So we'll definitely do much better than what we have done this time. And this definitely encourages to improve upon quality continuously, as it's a regular kind of a habit or a practice. I'd just say about our team also. Our team has done a lot of or put in a lot of effort to get this award, and this really is a very challenging work. So at Galantic, we have also put in a practice in such a manner that it's everybody's responsibility or must follow the quality at all times to bring in about the good results in the product and offer quality products at affordable price to the people at large. We have been supplying medicines to US, Europe, and Africa, India as well. So I'm happy to state that the quality parameters, the quality is same whether it's Africa, India, USA, Europe. There is no difference whatsoever in terms of quality, in terms of products offered to the people, all material use, etc. This award is a reward to the efforts put in by all Galantic family members across this last 25 years, and I dedicate this award to all team's relentless effort. We strive to build an attitude that quality is not a one-time act, but should be a habit. So, with that, I will just ask my other team members to just say a few words. Hemang, Jay.
So, on behalf of Galantic, I would like to thank OPP and QCI for recognizing the effort at Galantic and awarding us this particular award. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is an excellent platform, and it encourages us to push further under the leadership of Mr. Sangani and great team members that we have. And thank you for this award.
Once again, a big congratulations to the entire team. May I request you to once again hold the trophy high so that we can take a great snapshot of this victory. Thank you.
Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Billcare Research for sponsoring OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility 2021 for both award categories, that is large pharma companies and MSME pharma. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much, Mr. Suresh Patathal, and thank you, Mr. Mohan Bhandari, for being here, and also, of course, for sponsoring this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward, to introduce and welcome our next keynote speaker, I would like to welcome Mr. V. Simpson Emmanuel, Managing Director and CEO, Roche Products India Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to actually do this because it's just an honor and privilege for me to introduce our keynote speaker for today's event. That's none other than Ms. S. Aparna, the Secretary and of the Department of Pharmaceuticals for the Indian Pharma Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, the Government of India. And just everyone knows about Ms. Aparna and the work she does, but just as an introduction to her profile, She is currently the Secretary to the Government of India. Ms. Aparna is also a member of the Indian Administrative Service for the past 3 decades. She has a wide range of experience in the national, subnational, and local governments. Her principal areas of experience have been public finance, development policy, and planning, and also urban governance. Ms. S. Aparna has also served on the board of directors of over 15 public sector companies operating in energy, industrial infrastructure, and financial services. She has also served as an executive director on the board of the World Bank Group, representing Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Sri Lanka from 2017 to August 2020. Ms. S. Aparna holds a postgraduate degree in zoology, MPhil in energy and environment from India, and a master's in business administration from Melbourne, Australia. Her priorities for the pharma medical devices are to empower the industry to be more competitive globally, increase drug security and resilience, and contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals 03 through making available affordable medicines and medical devices of high quality for meeting patient needs. With this, I would welcome Ms. S. Aparna to kind of share the keynote address, please.
It's indeed a pleasure to be part of the OPPI Annual Summit, particularly on a topic of great importance and relevance in the current situation, and that is on making research and innovation the centerpiece of the policies and strategies around the pharmaceutical sector in India. I also would like to congratulate OPPI for putting together a galaxy of speakers, which I'm sure will provide great food for thought for all participants from industry and research institutions. I take this opportunity to also congratulate those who have been conferred with Special Recognition Award, Dr. Valeria, and Special Lifetime Achievement Award, Sri Cyrus Punavash. As all of you are aware, the Indian pharmaceutical sector has lived up to its name of being pharmacy of the world by coming forward to ensure availability of drugs and vaccines, not only for the large population here in India, but across continents, touching almost 180 countries across the globe. Even during the darkest days of the pandemic, we have been able to ensure uninterrupted supply of drugs, medicines, surgical devices, and medical supplies to countries across the world. It is, of course, a matter of pride that we will continue to pursue our commitment and contribution to the goals of universal healthcare by providing good quality medicines at affordable prices. At the same time, the Indian pharmaceutical sector also appreciates that there is great potential for transformative growth of the sector by pursuing innovation and research. And it is in this context that the Department of Pharmaceuticals, in very close consultation with experts and industry partners, has now launched a discussion paper, a draft policy to catalyze R&D and innovation in the pharma medtech sector. I'm happy to share that we have received extremely valuable suggestions and enthusiastic inputs from all segments of industry in the pharmaceutical sector, as well as from regulators and other associated departments. The policy stands on 3 pillars. The first area of focus will be regulatory streamlining. The streamlining of the regulatory framework in India will be geared towards creating a positive bias in favor of innovation. Regulatory streamlining will also be extremely important given the trends and the changing nature of the product development process in the pharmaceutical sector. We saw during the recent pandemic years that the development of both drugs and vaccines have undergone a transformation in terms of both processes as well as in terms of the time taken and the balance of benefits and risks that have been taken into account. Building upon this experience, the regulators in India will be encouraged to create a seamless integration across departments and agencies to offer a single interface to the innovator and the industry to enable them to collaborate and benefit and gain value from the process of regulatory oversight and approval. This will also involve strengthening the capacities of regulators, and there is work already which has been pursued by the DCGI as well as by the Indian Council for Medical Research. You had the opportunity of hearing the DCGI earlier in the summit, and I'm sure he must have shared with you the reform initiatives that have been taken up by the Department of Health and Family Welfare to ensure that there is a more balanced, forward-looking and progressive regulation of the sector without in any way compromising patient safety and quality of the drugs and equity in market access. The second pillar of the policy is incentivizing investment in research and development. All of you would be aware that there are several research institutions spread across departments and domains in India working on pharmaceutical research. There will be an attempt to bring these together in a collaborative networked manner to ensure that public funding is available for research on priority areas. At the same time, the government of India has also announced in the recent budget for 2022-23 that it will adopt the approach of blended finance to make available risk capital for the pharmaceutical sector as one of the selected sectors for incentivizing investment and research and development. This is indeed very good news for the industry, and we look forward to engaging with the industry on what they can provide in terms of inputs for designing the blended finance products, which would then be made available for incentivizing greater investments in research and development. You would, of course, know that there are already several large players which have cited their research outfits and establishments in India on the medical technology side. And we do hope and expect that we can see a greater flow of investment into research capabilities in India from the members of the OPPI in addition to expanded manufacturing. We have these expectations because we believe that India offers a very attractive destination for investment into research by view of the large talent pool that is available in STEM as well as in IT, which is one of the emerging areas for collaboration in pharmaceutical research, as well as a very strong manufacturing base and also a very forward-looking and wide clinical material which is available here in terms of a large number of also neglected diseases. And these are areas where we would look for incentivizing and encouraging investment through private research in the Indian pharmaceutical sector. The third area of focus in the policy, and perhaps the most important one, is that of collaboration across public and private research institutions, increased industry-academia linkage, opening up the research institutions for translational research, and encouraging incubation centers and entrepreneurial development through the research institutions in the country. We look forward to combined collaborative research across institutions and in conjunction with industry players on priority areas, including those that are rare diseases, neglected diseases, and emerging areas of therapy. There is a large potential for developing the research capabilities in India in domains such as biopharmaceuticals, which is an emerging area and a very fast growing sector, in vaccine research, as has been seen in the last couple of years, where the domestic capabilities have been on show. In research in gene and cell therapy, we would also like to offer greater attention to translating traditional medicine into strong phytopharmaceutical stream for the Indian pharmaceutical sector. We also look in the coming years for greater convergence between our skills in digital world along with the pharmaceutical research. As all of you are aware, India has not only a very strong talent pool in IT, but it also has a very robust digital infrastructure and a forward-looking progressive policy framework for IT-related development. And we have seen there is an emerging and evolving trend towards convergence between digital tools and pharmaceutical research, particularly in drug discovery, drug development, and also in clinical research. We do think that there is a great potential for pursuing this kind of collaborative research across sectors to deliver what has been the strength of India and will continue to be the strength of the Indian pharmaceutical sector in terms of value for the patient community without, as I said, compromising safety and availability. We do hope, and I look at OPPI members also to come forward to strengthen the research base here in India, given the large availability of talent, as I mentioned, that can then be translated into an enormous manufacturing base, which offers affordable quality medicines for the whole world. And this is the manner, I do believe, in which we can contribute to greater equity and access of quality medicines, including vaccines, for the globe, so that we can meet the SDG 03, the goal of universal healthcare. Pharmaceutical sector is a sector which is not merely a business. It is very closely related with the well-being of the human society. And I believe every single participant, whether they be a industry, whether it is a research institution, whether it is an academic institution, has a very strong motivation to contribute to the overall goals of the sector, and that contribution can come through advanced research, bringing together innovation and entrepreneurship with research and the societal goals that can be met by better products which have improved therapeutic outcomes and which can ensure that every patient is able to receive at an affordable price the medicines required not only for life, longevity, but also for maintaining the quality of well-being of the entire human society. I hope that the discussions that we have in these 2 days, particularly the session headed by member Niti Aayog tomorrow on vaccines, Dr. Paul will be chairing that session, will bring up ideas on which further work can be taken and Indian research position in contributing to the global goals can be taken forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Aparna. Now, I'm sure all of you have joined us on this microsite. Let me get you familiarized with the platform that we are on. We are in the auditorium currently. Outside of this auditorium is a lobby area where you can find the agenda of both the days of the summit. You will also be able to browse through the speaker profiles who will be speaking at this summit. There is even a help desk. You can inquire via chat and your query will be resolved there. There is also a gateway to return back to the auditorium where we are right now. In the auditorium, you will be able to see a few icons on the left and right of the screen. Now, these are interactive buttons. We encourage you to make use of it. On the left, there is clap button for when you want to applaud, like when you want to appreciate someone or what is being said, heart when you love what is being shared here, and hooter to celebrate and cheer. On the right, you will see Ask Question tab. Use it to ask any questions you might have during the panel discussions. There is also a group chat which is for you to interact with each other as well as comment on the ongoings of the event, compliment the speaker or the event itself. We would be happy to read all of it, and I'm sure everyone else will be too. Now, to spread the word to the wider audience, we are live on Twitter, tweeting the live updates of the summit. You can also write your own key takeaways on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag OPPI Annual Summit, hashtag Research Redefined, and tag us at OPPI India. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, this year our theme for the summit is Research Redefined. Now, we've created a logo for it. Let me just quickly give you a brief about the logo. The key element of this logo is the DNA strand, which aims to represent a deeper understanding of human health and how we can study it. The particle effects surrounding the strand represent the use of technology and the innovation needed for us to reach this point. The rest of the elements, like the fonts and colors, were chosen following the brand guidelines. You can watch the video animation of the logo in the lobby area on the plasma screens. But right here, let me give you a brief introduction to the inaugural film. Can we have the video, please? Thank you. I'd once again like to welcome our entire virtual audience who joined us on our platform Microsite and also on our YouTube handle at OPPI India who've joined us there as well. Thank you so much for joining here. We are now headed towards our first panel discussion of the day. We will be happy to take any questions you have. Please write your questions in the Ask a Question tab that is on the right of your screen. And now to introduce the panel and the speakers, I'd like to welcome Mr. Gagan Singh, Country President and Managing Director, AstraZeneca Pharma India Limited. A very warm welcome and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Khyati, today.
first of all, I think really excited to be part of the OPPI Annual Day, and I think the theme and the video was very, very inspiring. We're beginning to see the Indian pharma industry make significant stride towards R&D. Increasingly, the spends on R&D continue to go up for the Indian pharma cores. And of course, they want to play a bigger and bigger part in the global R&D space. But without much ado, we've got some fabulous speakers, particularly global speakers, who are going to give us insights in today in new frontiers in vaccines and drug discovery. And I'm really glad to share with you our list of fabulous speakers who've lined up. So a big thank you to all of them for joining today afternoon in India. Beginning with, we've got Dr. Johanna Blender, who's the Global Head of Pharma Research, Early Development, Oncology, Roche, and would love to hear your views on how we're progressing in oncology. Dr. Rahman Rah, the Chief Executive Officer of Hillman Laboratories. Dr. Daryl B. McConnell, Senior Vice President, Research Site Ahead, Boehringer Ingelheim Regional Center, Vienna, Austria. So thank you so much for joining today. Klaus Urban, and I hope I've got your name correct, Klaus. Apologies if I haven't. Global Head of Discovery and Development Technologies, EMD for Serono. And we've also got Inge Leferwe, the VP Head Development Vaccine Business Unit, Takeda. So big thank you for joining here. And moderating our conversation is none other than Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee, who's a clinical pharmacology and drug development expert. Without much ado, Shoaib, over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon with this very interesting panel discussion that we have in front of us. We have, as Gagan just said, a stellar panel here, and we look forward to discussing new frontiers in vaccines and drug discovery. We have on the plus side the fact that because two of the panel members may not be there today, we are able to spend a little more time with our panelists and hear more from them than we had originally thought we would be able to. So with that, this is how I look forward to taking this discussion forward. Let's have two rounds of discussion. The first round would be forward-looking. We'll ask our panelists to talk about new technologies, what excites them, what they think is going to drive research in the years in the near future, and then we will go around once again, asking them what the challenges are, asking them what keeps them awake at nights, what they think that the pharmaceutical industry, the research-based industry particularly, could do to address these challenges, and perhaps what governments and civil society and anybody else for that matter could do to mitigate these challenges to any extent. So with that, I call upon first Dr. Rahman Rah. Dr. Rahman Rah has been Chief Executive Officer of Hillman Laboratories here in New Delhi. It's been just over 10 years now that Hillman Labs has operated from Delhi. They have recently moved headquarters to Singapore, but Dr. Rao has had the experience of leading this organization in the last few years. And it would be very good to hear from him what that experience has been, how that experience is going forward, and what he thinks the future holds in the next 2 to 5 years. So over to you, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, and hello to all the esteemed members on the panel. I know many of the other members are probably much better placed to talk about drug discovery and those elements. I'd like to focus on a certain elements on the vaccine development value chain, because my core, while being in vaccines and biologics, is that. So I'd like to focus on what you said, Dr. Mukherjee, are some of the trends that evolved over the past decade of existence for Hilleman, but more importantly, globally, in the vaccine and biologics development space. And even then, I'll probably focus on a couple of areas which have become more significant, especially as COVID has shown us and in the evolution of the past couple of years. One is, of course, manufacturing technologies, and the second one is regulatory sciences. I think both of them play a huge role, along with other areas of the development value chain. But I'd like to kind of focus on those and try to give a view on how those have evolved and why I'm excited about certain areas in manufacturing technologies and regulatory sciences. So, I mean, being in vaccines over the past couple of decades with a couple of major MNCs and before getting into Hilleman has given a perspective as to how intense, and then both in terms of CapEx and OpEx, vaccine development and biologics development in general are, and in the time it takes. And there are, of course, several pain points as we can look at it. The early CMC development is challenging, when you need to spend a lot of time and resources. And then as you transit into manufacturing, validation and those elements take a longer duration before commercialization. So there's a huge impact and investment that companies put in there. And all of this is time consuming, which of course, we've seen certain nuances change in these areas that has helped evolve vaccines probably more towards the future for a rapid development. And the most important thing for me is platform technologies. Now, traditionally we have had the standard cell culture based vaccines. We have inactivated vaccines. We've got recombinant proteins. Of course, monoclonals have always been mostly based on CHO cells, but we've also seen an evolution on newer platforms, which could have an impact on, most importantly, the cost of goods. And these can be newer expression systems, which are going to play a significant role, in my view, in the coming future, and especially have an impact on low and middle income countries, and also access. From an access standpoint for biologics, these novel expression systems, whether it's yeast, whether it's calculated yeast or converted yeast systems, or newer mammalian cell engineered systems, which can have a significant impact on the function and evolution of both monoclonals and also vaccines. The other area where I'm pretty excited about, and I've seen rapid development, is what we call as continuous manufacturing technologies, which are modular, which are able which are scalable, and which are technically in a box. Now, whilst we do not have very significant commercial products yet, but we have seen a pivot in even within large pharma to adopt these technologies that can potentially make manufacturing and validation within manufacturing a little bit more smoother. And so these continuous manufacturing technologies, especially for vaccines, biologics, can play a huge role in having an impact on development, impact on commercialization, the timelines, having a positive impact on the supply chain, of course, and then cost of goods, and thereby having a positive NPV on each and every one of those development programs. The other element I'd also like to allude here is, when we talk about manufacturing platforms, digitalization of certain sectors of manufacturing has also evolved. And this is more towards the downstream, what we call as the drug product area, the packaging, labeling, and those areas, which have had a significant impact on timelines. And especially after your quality control, after your quality checks, the product out of your facility, those times have actually had a positive impact as we've used digital technologies in the downstream areas. I do feel that the digital technologies will take a little bit more time from an adoptive standpoint upstream, but downstream, there is already a significant impact on evolution of products, the release, and the supply chains, which utilization of digital technologies. So these are more the larger scale examples where I'm pretty excited about on the manufacturing side. There is also a little bit of an early adopter mechanisms where when I mentioned CMC which are significant pain points, especially the analytics. We have seen newer technologies and newer platform technologies with multiplexers, octets, and those mechanisms come into the analytical development area, which will have a significant impact on the development of biologics and vaccines, which I'm very proud to have used before. Worked with teams who have extreme amount of knowledge in that, but also they will have moving forward an impact furthermore as we evolve the product more into validation. So those are some of the examples. Having seen those in live, I do feel very excited about, and more the adaptation of these will have a positive impact on the development value chain. There is one more area which I call as platforms, which have evolved as well, and which COVID has shown to have had a positive impact, which are adjuvants, the use of adjuvants. We've for long spoken about the value of adjuvants. We've had only one primarily, which is alum, different varieties of alum, which has been used in different modalities over the past 50 years. We've been able to add only a couple more novel adjuvants, with the GSK is primarily taking the lead in that. And of course, Novartis has their MF59. So these are some classical examples of adjuvants which have taken a long time to evolve. With COVID and with the emergency utilization mechanisms in place or instituted, we've seen quite a plethora of adjuvants being used clinically in even regulatory arenas where they were significantly risk averse to use novel adjuvants. So that's one platform which I do think will have a very significant impact moving forward, and which I'm fairly excited about. And finally, just one more element that I want to allude to out here is the overall regulatory framework and the regulatory sciences arena, which has also evolved. And more positively, especially as we've seen with COVID, where there is a positive dialogue happening with the regulators early on in terms of adaptation, in terms of novel mechanisms, in terms of instituting a novel program where your product can go through development and approval. And we've seen rapid timelines. Of course, I mean, they're emergency users, but still they've helped evolve the program faster. I mean, these are timelines which I've never seen in my life before, especially with the mRNA platforms and other adenovirus vector platforms. We've seen that happen with the monoclonal antibodies as well. So regulatory sciences has also evolved within these 2 years. And I do believe that in a positive sense, this will have impact in overall development framework as we, as the industry, move forward in developing novel solutions. So those were my thoughts as I look forward to certain elements which I'm very much excited about, pretty excited, as we utilize them more towards developing novel vaccines and biologics. Over to you.
Dr. Rao, a quick follow-up question on that. So, you've talked about platform technologies and continuous manufacturing technologies and stuff like that. And there's no doubt that, these are going to enhance or smoothen manufacturing and help with efficiencies of manufacturing. Now, how does that translate, just for our audience here, how does that translate to the patient? What does the patient get out of this? And how is the patient's life improved? Does that impact access, and how does it do so?
There are two major ways this can impact. One is because your development timelines could potentially have a positive upside, the reach to the patient is faster, number one. Second, if you're able to make more product within a certain time limit with modular manufacturing, your access in terms of ability to provide the more number of doses to the patients in the end also improves. And access has always been a crucial area for consideration for all the pharmaceutical industry, because at the end of the day, you have your cycle times, and those cycle times are traditionally fixed based on your manufacturing cycles. If you're able to reduce those, which will then also have your indirect impact on your cost of goods, thereby allowing you to provide patients with more probably cost-effective medications, and also providing a larger access pool to the patients. So it's positive on those fronts.
Great. Yeah, we do hope that that will lead up to better access of vaccines. Particularly, that is one area where access is indeed a key and critical factor. You also talked about the regulatory aspect. So I now want to go on to Dr. Inge Leffer. who is VP Head Development Vaccine Business of Takeda. The question I'd put to her is, Dr. Rao talked about regulatory aspects, and now we're seeing, a globalization of the pharmaceutical industry. We see, goods produced in one country being widely exported, and I'm talking here particularly of India, where we are hosting this conference, exporting to almost all over the world, and yet. While there has been this movement towards harmonization of regulations, how far has it gone? How positive are you that it is going to further get on to a place where regulations across the world and differences in regulations across the world are not going to create hurdles in taking products from one location to the other, manufacturing in one place, providing succor to patients in another location?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And thanks. Hello, everyone. And I was indeed hoping that my part of the talk would be complementary to what Dr. Rahman is saying on the manufacturing side, and also speak a little bit about the R&D side for vaccines, because I do think we also see some general trends there over the last years. But coming back to the regulatory and expediting regulatory reviews, I think we've seen a tremendous opening with the COVID vaccines in terms of agencies accelerating their review. That has not necessarily led to a harmonized review, but I do think that moving forward, there are a lot of initiatives coming out of a certain agency to streamline and really look for opportunities on how we can better harmonize our review or their review and come to a more global assessment of the quality and efficacy and the safety of the product. If I can just give you an example of what we're trying to do. So Takeda has moved from a Japanese vaccine manufacturing to a global vaccine developer, and we're quite advanced with our dengue vaccine, where actually we're trying a new mechanism as well, because we want to make the vaccine available first in the endemic countries. And so we have EMA actually has accepted not only our European application, but also under the Medicines for All, which means that the same 6 or 8 countries, endemic countries, are part of that review procedure. And so they can share their reviews, they can share their concerns from their local requirements and try to come with a more harmonized, first of all, accelerate the review, but also come to a more harmonized way of reviewing by sharing the questions. And we see that the individual countries that are also reviewing the file at the same time, they can share their concerns and they can share their questions. So I do think that type of mechanism can help in getting to a more global approach to medicines and vaccine approval. On the other hand, I do still think that work needs to be done on how the review process can still be expedited, in the sense that vaccine development, as Dr. Rahman has explained on the CMC side, is very complex, but it is also very complex and very heavy on the clinical and safety side. It requires a huge data set. It has a very low threshold for safety. And that's most of the time the concern, especially with vaccines, is the safety of the vaccine. And so there is a lot of research ongoing into see how can we get quicker access to the data, new ways of getting to these data to provide earlier an assessment of the safety instead of waiting for the long time until the full data package is actually completed. We've seen it under the emergency use with the COVID vaccines. We should not expect every product is going to have that same status, but I do think it has opened the door for more research in finding alternative pathways to registration. It has always been there, a little bit in the background, but I think now we can see a movement towards that. And the same thing with the countries being involved in these reviews, looking at subscribing to the ICH, standards and so forth, that will also help the countries to have a more standardized review for new products. That's what I would add on the regulatory side. I just wanted to bring out 2 more points, which I think we have seen not only in vaccines, I think in general in the R&D space, is that in recent years, there's an exponential growth in collaborations and partnerships between not only agencies and companies, but between companies, but also companies with research institute, which could also accelerate and in finding new technologies and accelerate research and development. And the second thing the third thing then was also brought by Dr. Rahman is that, yes, the investment, especially if you think about vaccines, what we've seen in COVID is it requires a huge upfront investment. And I think companies, countries, institutions can only do what they can. And finding alternative pathways of funding research and development, I think, is also something that we see more and more. In order for everyone in the development field to find new technologies to accelerate, moving from non-clinical to clinical, finding new areas and new pathways of funding, I think, is also something that we see more and more. So those were my 3 points that I wanted to contribute to Dr. Rahman's statement.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Ige. Just to follow up here, just out of curiosity, that you talked about these 8 countries that collaborated in the regulatory review of this dengue product. Now, was India part of that? After all, India is an endemic dengue country.
Yes, no, absolutely. No. We are currently in the process of starting the development in India. So no, it was not part of the initial clinical data package, but moving forward, obviously, we will also explore that possibility. Yes.
Great, thank you so much. It was so interesting to listen to this. I will go on now to Dr. Klaus. Dr. Klaus Arbenz is Global Head of Discovery and Development Technologies at EMD Serono, based in Boston, I understand. My question to you, Klaus, is what new technologies are out there that are exciting, that you think will change the way that we do research in our laboratories in the next kind of 2 to 5 years, and how is that change going to impact researchers, research itself, and patients at the end of the day?
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's fair to say that there's a lot happening at the moment. We just touched on the messenger RNA vaccines, but I believe that the RNA as a molecule more generally will play a dominant role in the future. I think we will see more medications like short interfering RNA and other things. Even antisense oligonucleotides are having a huge comeback, I think. So this is something more generally where I would see this is a very interesting new development. Obviously, we've already spoken about cellular therapies. That is yet another area, whether it's these famous CAR T cells or natural killer cells or what have you. I think what we are seeing there is maybe a slight bend in the curve, because I think increasingly regulators are realizing that this is a kind of also something that needs to be monitored more closely from a safety point of view. But still, of course, this has, of course, a huge potential. These are probably the most popular modalities where you really see a lot of progress, and which will make a difference, because all of a sudden certain diseases we will be able to treat certain diseases in a way we never could before. But I would still also refer to the more traditional modalities that we know of. One is clearly antibodies. I think clearly we are seeing a move away from the traditional antibodies towards, I think, multi-specific antibodies, which are way more complex in terms of making them, in terms of monitoring the CMC aspect. It's always a difficulty actually in creating them the right way, so that both arms or all 3 arms are really having the right ratio towards each other, so that in the human body where they freely float around, they really get the right proportion of their target and the target occupancy everywhere. This is a challenge, but I think it's a fantastic opportunity as well, because we can really do, if for instance 2 receptors on the same cell We can really expect synergies in many cases if we see that we can bring two cells together, for instance, through an antibody that sits in between. That is a fantastic opportunity. These kind of engages. So there's a lot actually that can happen. And finally, and last but not least, I would really like to get back to the most classical small molecule area. I think that we see a lot happening there as well. It's not only that we see increasingly formerly non-druggable targets being drugged all of a sudden because people are becoming more inventive, but also what we see is this new way of actually engaging with a receptor, which is not only to inhibit it pharmacologically or modulating it agonistically, but actually taking the whole protein out of the system. So these new degrader molecules called PROTACs. This is in many ways the dream of any molecular biologist. If you think about how targets are being discovered and validated today, it's basically by taking them out of a cellular context. And then we look into what pharmacology results. And in the past, we have always tried to mimic this by actually modulating and inhibiting this, and always had the equation in the back of our minds. Taking something completely out is the same than inhibiting it. And often we were confronted with unpleasant surprises that it is not the same. And now I think for the first time, we can really mimic this and really take the target out. And that is a completely new thing, I believe. We will become better in translation. I think with these kind of molecules, we will be better in predicting things. We will be able to mimic knockout situations with these molecules in a pharmacological way, such that we can dose them. The newest generation of these molecules are also oral medications. So although despite very large molecular weights, we are still able to understand the tricks to make them actually orally available for our patients. So convenience will be there, along with new therapeutic paradigms and completely new ways of treating disease, I believe. So on a modality front, I see lots of progress everywhere, and that really makes me optimistic for the future.
Great. So nice to hear, and really interesting topic of PROTACs, which I'm not going to ask you more about because I want to reserve that for Dr. Darren McConnell, who's recently published some stuff on this. But before I go away from you, I want to ask you, Klaus. We've heard of, and of course, we know the way that these two new vaccines for COVID work, the mRNA vaccines. Now, immunotherapy for cancer. How far are we from seeing an mRNA vaccine against cancer, or where is that going, and where do we stand on that?
Very good point. I mean, I think we have to admit that so far the world of vaccines and oncology has been a little bit frustrating, to put it mildly. I think there were many setbacks, but of course there is now a lot of hope that with the new modality of messenger RNA-based vaccines, things might change. Also, I think the clinicians or the clinics has actually changed. I think we are getting smarter in choosing our approaches. One example, for instance, is to go increasingly early in selecting those indications where that is possible. One of those areas, for instance, is colorectal cancer, where many of us are getting coloscopy, and if you're at that age, actually, where you're actually being investigated whether there's any polyps or anything growing there that shouldn't grow. And that is an opportunity, looking very, very early before actually the tumors start. And those indications, I believe, when we can interfere early, we will be able actually to also apply those vaccines more successfully than we did in the past, along, of course, with messenger RNA vaccines, which seems all the way to be more powerful. We have, our neighbors I probably should explain that EMD Serono is actually part of a larger German company called Mrcp Darmstadt, and Darmstadt is very close to the city of Mainz, and Mainz is actually the home of BioNTech, where the first messenger RNA vaccine, and they have a fantastic pipeline. Our neighbors there, in terms of oncology, it's multi-targeted vaccines and they have really encouraging first clinical results. So it seems that there is life in that area again, and I'm very optimistic that things might pan out, and I really hope the best for them and for patients, that this might really be successful.
Great, thank you so much for those comments. We'll move on to Dr. Darren McConnell. He's Senior Vice President, Research Site Head at Boehringer Ingelheim, based in Vienna. And Daniel, you've talked at length. Tell us a little bit, particularly the products and what they do and how they can be applied to different areas of disease.
Dr. Uji, yeah, I'd love to. Can I just first say, I almost feel like I'm in India. I haven't come to visit you all for many, many years, far too long. I love the country, I love the people. And it's wonderful to be speaking here. And I certainly share Klaus's excitement about all the modalities. And I'm really, really glad, Klaus, that you mentioned the classical organic chemistry. I'm an organic chemist by training. I haven't been in the lab for a while. I know there's many, many, many talented chemists, organic chemists in India, some of whom we collaborate a lot with. So I think it's a great topic. And this PROTAC, new technology of PROTACs really has, I think, for the sort of small molecule area, it's the first big sort of innovation we've seen in the field of small molecules for quite some time. And what a area of innovation. It really opens up so many opportunities. It's not just degradation, right? There's new.
You've got to explain this a little bit, Daryl, to the audience. They need to understand how it works. Just in a few sentences.
Everyone should know it by now.
We have a diverse audience here, so some of them might not really understand the technology so quickly.
No, I joke. So these are molecules that are bispecific molecules. So similar to, we have T-cell engagers in the antibody field. These bispecific monoclonal antibodies that Klaus was talking about, in the antibody field, they glue a cancer cell. So they recognize, a spike protein on the surface of a cancer cell with a spike protein on the surface of a T cell, our killer T cells, and bring them together and kill the cancer cells. The PROTACs are the same, but they're made of small molecules, not big proteins. So you've got sort of two small molecules on either end, and they are designed to hijack things inside the cell. So they actually get inside the cell, they bind to your protein of interest. Let's take my favorite protein, KRAS. This is the beating heart of cancer. We've been trying to drug it for 40 years now. They bind to KRAS, and at the same time, they bind to other molecules in our cells that are called E3 ligases. And these are essentially the sort of used by date proteins in our cell. They stamp proteins with a you're out of date signal, just like your milk and your use by date in the fridge, to say that protein is out of date and should be shredded by the so-called proteasome, the garbage disposal system of our cells. So we can, as Klaus nicely put it, we can not just turn these disease-causing proteins off now. We can shred them completely from the cells, and we've and others, of course, we've been got into this technology early, and we've been applying it in particular to KRAS, and we were able to massively degrade KRAS in vivo in mice and shrink tumors of all, essentially for all the different KRAS mutations. So it's a very, very powerful modality. And
Daryl, does this technology then extend to say degenerative diseases? Can it be used against those as well?
It's being applied beyond oncology for sure, and many areas actually. Yeah, oncology is as it often is. I'm sure Joanna will talk about this further. The need is so huge, and oncology is often for new technologies, new modalities, new regulatory approaches. Also, the sort of spearhead. but immunology diseases, many areas it's being applied to. Yes. Yeah. I actually said when Protax first came out, I said, Protax can be applied to everything except to CNS diseases. But it's being applied to CNS diseases as well.
How did that happen, and why did people say that it cannot be applied to CNS disease?
Well, I just that was me, and usually I'm the one who says everything's possible. I mean, getting through the blood-brain barrier. So we have around our brain, we have essentially a fortress of sort of vasculature that's designed to spit out any molecules that it doesn't like. So it's actually very difficult, even for classical small molecules, to get them into the brain. One of the challenges in oncology, of course, is brain metastases, very frequent in lung cancer.
Is there something special having to be done to get these molecules, to get these proteins into the across the blood-brain barrier?
I don't know. We're not sort of at the forefront of that. We're sort of more pushing the oncology Protac field. But Arvinas in Connecticut in the US have got, amongst others, but they have a lot of efforts in that area and have had some successes in mice and getting Protacs into the brain. So you probably have to ask them what their tricks are.
Okay, so we move on to Dr. Johanna Bendel. Dr. Johanna is Global Head of Pharma Research and Early Development at Oncology at Roche. And from an organic chemist, now we come to a hardcore clinical oncologist. Dr. Bendel, tell us what excites you in the next few years. What do you think is going to drive research in your area and in your company?
Well, thank you so much, first of all, for allowing me to be here with this esteemed panel. I think that we've touched on a lot of things already, so maybe I'll even start to group them together. I think within cancer therapies, we're seeing the advent now that we've seen immunotherapies work in cancer patients, both in solid tumor malignancies as well as hematologic malignancies, almost a renaissance of development within the immunotherapy world. And we've already heard about some of the big approaches that we're taking, from where we started with checkpoint inhibitors to next generation checkpoint inhibitors. We just saw an approval this past week by the FDA of LAG-3 inhibitor in combination with PD-1 inhibitor for patients with first-line metastatic melanoma, which is sort of a next transition into combinations of next generation checkpoint inhibitors. We're also seeing the bispecific antibodies, as we spoke about before. How can you put on one molecule be able to target two things or even three things potentially to create an immune response? And some thoughts are there are even bispecific PD-1 LAG-3 molecules that are out there that, as opposed to two separate antibodies being given at the same time, if you have the molecules together on one and you tightly bind to PD-1, could you more target that therapy towards the PD-1 expressing cells than just giving the two antibodies together? So the bispecific technology has a lot of potentially interesting approaches to it. We also heard a little bit about the bispecific technologies bringing T cells targeted to the cancer. And we've seen in hematologic malignancies primarily effect there where it's almost close to what we see with the CAR T therapies. And now we're seeing that we can create bispecific antibodies and give them in combination with co-stimulatory molecules, where you could almost mimic a second generation CAR T, where you bring the T cells to the tumor and then you add on a co-stimulator at the same time. So there's a discussion now about cellular therapies and bispecific therapies, and can one be just as good as the other? And does CAR T therapy, for instance, you have a very intensive therapy for a short period of time, but then you don't really need as much follow-up therapy, where, for instance, bispecific molecules would be therapies that you would have to be given more chronically, but you wouldn't have that short-term intensive therapy. And so there's a lot of discussion going on right now about how to optimize these approaches for patients. And certainly with the cellular therapies, as we are talking about right now, a lot of the cellular therapies, you require the patients to have leukapheresis and remove their cells, engineer them, and then put them back in again. But what the next generation is the off-the-shelf cellular therapies that will come in, where you have a donor T cell, which is able to then create that same effect without needing to take the patient's own cells out. And so how will that affect the next generation of cellular therapy design? As well as the cellular therapies, when we talk about vaccine therapies, and it's just so interesting with this, another renaissance that's happening within the mRNA vaccine world. There's also more vaccines aside from mRNA vaccines that are being looked at in the cancer world, including dendritic cell vaccines, where we've already got an approval for prostate cancer within the United States. But how can we look at vaccines? There's technology using antigen presenting cells and creating an off-the-shelf vaccine approach with these antigen presenting cells and oncolytic viruses that are coming through, and how do we start to optimize those? But what I find very interesting is when we talk about off the shelf, right? So you can just give this to a patient right away. When we talk about something like the BioNTech mRNA approaches, they're off the shelf approaches, but they also have personalized cancer vaccines that they're developing. Moderna is also doing this as well, where you remove the patient's tumor, you create a panel of antigens that you then put back a cassette that you put back into the vaccine and give it to the patient. And then can you create a personalized tumor vaccine for those patients? And so that's sort of the next thing that we think about coming along is that personalized treatment of a patient's cancer. And I really appreciate the discussion of the immunotherapies as well. Where is the best place to use them? Because we know that as opposed to traditional chemotherapies where we can see tumor shrinkages in a few weeks, the immunotherapies actually need a chance to stimulate the patient's immune system, create an immune response, and then have an anti-tumor effect. So if you have a patient who has very advanced disease, does the immunotherapy have enough time to work? And so could we consider that immunotherapies should potentially move earlier in the disease setting, even into the adjuvant space, where we've already seen now data that shows that in the adjuvant and neoadjuvant approaches with immunotherapies, potentially curative effect of these immunotherapies. And so when we're looking at some of the vaccine therapies, both off the shelf as well as personalized, one place that people are starting to look now is in the adjuvant setting. Particularly, and I also love the reference to colorectal cancer, we now can identify a group of patients with colorectal cancer who have had their adjuvant therapy, but are at high risk of recurrence because we have a blood test to check for ctDNA presence. And people who have high levels of ctDNA after their therapy have a very high risk of recurrence. And so is that the patient population where we should be looking at using cancer vaccines? So much going on within the immunotherapy field. And then when we also talk about large molecules, we're not developing as many chemotherapies as we used to develop, but now we actually have a way to target chemotherapies to the cancers. And we've seen wonderful results with these antibody drug conjugates that are coming, where these next generation, where we have different types of linkers, potentially different binding to the target, where we can successfully deliver a targeted chemotherapy and actually really improve patients' outcomes with the antibody drug conjugates. And then moving
out of all of these, Johanna, sorry, did I cut you off? Out of all of these, which one do you think is the one that is going to transform either cancer therapy or therapy in any other domain? Because some of these, like the personalized medicine thing, I don't know how scalable this might be and how quickly this can get to patients across the world. Some centers may be able to do it, but operationalizing it across the world at scale might be a different story.
Yeah. So looking into the very long term, this is what I'm hoping will happen in the future. Is we're also seeing the development now of blood-based testing for cancer screening. So I envision with time, with years, as these screening approaches become more become validated and become more mainstream, we're actually going to see the cancer patients shift into a much earlier state of diagnosis, where I think we're going to be seeing more patients who are diagnosed and treated in the early stage, where we have a chance for things like vaccines, for shared antigens to be able to work. So my dream, my ideal dream, is that we are diagnosing patients earlier and we're able to use an off-the-shelf vaccine approach or immunotherapy approach to create a curative therapy for those patients in that precious window where their disease has been mostly removed, but we still have a chance to get the immune system to attack whatever might have been left behind. That's my dream.
Great, very, very interesting. Let's go on to we've just crossed the halfway mark. So let's go on to the next round of discussions, and we'll probably go in the same sequence. Of course, people have the you're free to jump in if you want to make a point. But I'll ask Dr. Rahman Rah again. So coming back to you, Dr. Rahman Rah, so in all of this, in your experience with Hillman now and looking forward, what are the key challenges that you see in getting new vaccines to patients? What can industry do or governments do? Is there some kind of collaboration that you would recommend where things could be speeded up and access improved in some way? What's stopping us?
It's a good question, and we all probably at different levels nestle with that. And it's a complex situation as well. When we talk about vaccine development or product development per se, there's a start and there's an end goal. The end goal is to reach the patients, but also during the course, you are able to make an effective therapy or an effective vaccine. And that means risk, right? And that means institutions, organizations, everybody takes risks. And it's how do you modulate that risk and how are you able to modulate that risk-taking capability is going to be important. And that is a multi-pronged approach as well. I mean, that needs investment, that needs time, that needs investment not just by a single entity. And Inga mentioned about collaboration, and I think that becomes extremely crucial. Where you're able to have a balanced approach, that you're able to offset risk and the right investment, you will be successful. So at the end of the day, that means that we'll have to have the right level of investment by all stakeholders, which means it's governments, it's public health authorities, it's the pharmaceutical companies, the academic institutes, and all of those, and sharing that risk across the board to be able to kind of come out with the right solutions. I mean, different countries also have different approaches that they're taking. I mean, one of the challenges I do see, for example, in India, is that we've got great manufacturing, we've got great scale in manufacturing, but some of the challenges are about investment in early R&D, which is probably because of a potential risk-averse nature of companies, and also probably just the way the institutions have been formed over the years. So I think that would then need the governments to actually help forge investments into those early R&D, whether it's through academia or collaborative approaches between industry and academia. And that will then enhance the ability of organizations to take the risk and to fail. I mean, R&D is about failure as much as it is about success. So you won't succeed unless you actually fail and learn from it, and then use that learning into what you're taking forward. So it's a combination of factors. But at the end of the day, it has to be a balanced approach between all these stakeholders and the right level of investment that needs to be made also by the governments, and for example, in India.
So, Dr. Rao, you mentioned industry academia collaboration, and we have a question from the audience. How much industry academia collaboration are you seeing in India particularly, and are you happy with that situation? What can be done to change? If I'm already presuming your answer, to enhance such collaboration in future.
Yeah, at this moment, I mean, based on the past experience, it does seem that the industry and academia are a little bit in their own silos or their own comfort zones. I mean, academia is probably very great at doing the early science, but do not envisage what are the steps that are needed to take it to a product level. I think that translational ability needs to be bridged, and that is where the collaboration between academia and industry is extremely crucial. And there has to be mechanisms, forums, or even induced mechanisms to bring that forth. So my view is.
Let me put it this way. If Dr. Vinod Paul were to have been here today, what would you recommend to him that he takes with him to the Niti Aayog? And what policy changes would you look forward from the government to make sure that industry and academia collaborate in this country and get somewhere with that?
There has to be a concrete level of investment. It's just that's not monetary, but also in terms of infrastructure that can provide the modalities for academia and industry to collaborate. At this moment, it's still probably in infancy, in my view, based on what I've seen. Vis-a-vis other countries where probably it's a little bit more evolved and there is a structural basis to these collaborations. And so the government really would need to kind of take a look at forging these mechanisms to help evolve this translational piece, because that's at the end of the day is crucial for taking an idea into a product.
Great, thank you so much for that, for those words. Inga, I come back to you. What challenges do you see, and if you could touch upon, what kind of industry academia collaboration you see in other parts of the world, particularly in the part of the world in Europe where you use it, and your words on those.
Yeah, so if I think about in the vaccine world where you want to make the product available for everyone because it's prophylactic, you want to protect people from getting ill. The first thing that comes to mind, and I think Dr. Rahman has referred to that, is the continuity of supply. I think that keeps everyone awake in vaccines in terms of how do we plan and secure, because as I mentioned before as well, the production process is often very complex, and so something might go wrong during the production process, which then actually gives an interruption of supply. But there can also be other things like your source ingredients, that there's a shortage, or that. So continuity of supply obviously is very important in vaccines, because the moment you can create a public health problem very quickly if you fall out of supply. If you then think about the development of vaccines, what I still think there is a challenge is also already mentioned, is the risk with regards to the safety of the product. I think over history we've had a number of occasions where even with an extensive clinical development plan that was even excluding risk, if I think about Rota, but even so, when then the vaccine is put on the market and massively used, there is always a signal evaluation that is emerging. But however, that does not jeopardize, the benefit of the vaccine is demonstrated by that time. Therefore, the benefit risk profile still remains highly positive. And so that is still a challenge in terms of when you register a vaccine, how much safety is enough to exclude a risk. One can never exclude a risk. And so usually vaccine files, as you've seen as well with COVID, we have, clinical development plan of thousands and thousands and thousands of people, right? 10,000, 30,000 is not an exception. Mm-hmm. So that's a huge data set. And at some point, I think there has to be some acceptance, and you cannot run your trials in every single country of the world. So you try to select your countries and your subjects in the areas where the endemicity is there, where the population is right, and that you can extrapolate as much as possible to the global population. So it is impossible to target every single country in your development plan for a first license. And that sometimes is as well a challenge, that I think there should be openness to look at the full complete data set as a whole and step away from some specific requirements that, if you have such a large data set where you've demonstrated efficacy effectively and you have shown that there is no safety issue at that moment in time, that it's safe to move forward from a registration point of view. And the final twist is more about research. I think one of the challenges is that some of these global infections, as we've seen with COVID, but also in other areas, if you think about vector-borne diseases, these are often very complex diseases with, with a mosquito, with a complex cycle in the human body. And so it is very challenging still and I hope that moving forward, yes, we can use new technologies, new platforms, but also artificial intelligence and things like that to better target new targets for vaccine development, because I still think that is still a challenge that sometimes slow down the development of new vaccines.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for those thoughts. Klaus, I'd like to change this. Challenges are fine, but there are some pressing things that we need to look into in the near future, and probably get these technologies to address those. For example, what about antimicrobials, and where are we on antimicrobials? Can some of these technologies that we have talked about can they be applied to antimicrobials? Is anybody doing that? And how do we get people to be interested there? And the investment, we've heard a lot about, you need to invest, but in some disease areas, there is not so much pull for investment. So how does one get around that? You're on mute, Klaus.
Sorry about that. It should be better now. It's an excellent question, and I agree. The antimicrobials has been notoriously difficult to find new lead structures, to find new therapeutics. I would wish that we would be in a position soon where we can apply some of these new technologies that we just spoke about actually in the area of antibiotics and antimicrobials. I think that will be a fantastic new thing. I mean, small molecules. Unfortunately, also many of the technologies that we saw in the small molecule field didn't really cut it if it came to antimicrobials. High throughput screening, for instance, was not an area where it was really very successful to deliver new antibiotics, I think. So this has been a difficulty. I think we are kind of mostly, I think, we are drawing from the pool of natural products, which is also increasingly difficult to find new things there. So I agree with you. It's not very easy and frustrating. But on the other hand, it's of course there is an immense medical need. Should there ever be a superbug combining the resistance mechanisms of vancomycin-resistant enterococci with methicillin resistance, Staphylococcus aureus, then this would be worse than COVID. I can tell you. And so let's just hope that bug never exists. But even for those scenarios, we should be prepared, and this could become very, very difficult indeed. So I agree with you. This is an area where we need to invest more. Where I think it's probably something. I mean, most companies have kind of withdrawn from that because it is so difficult. It is probably something where we need to work together with academia more, with private public partnerships, really, where we can actually make some inroads. But at the moment, there is not too much science happening in this field, unfortunately. Again, hopefully something changing with these new modalities that we just spoke about. Antibodies, for instance, could be very, very interesting. Why not having an antibody that has a radiotherapy attached to it and really bind selectively to antibiotics, to bugs? That would be something. It could be very interesting and very specific. So things like that, but you don't see much of it.
Yeah, and companies that had worked in the areas of septicemia and microbial infections seem to have moved away from that area. And I think the only hope now looks like some of these foundations perhaps would put some money there, and we can get somewhere with antimicrobials. But that's something that I think is very scary. So Daryl, your thoughts. What are the hurdles in front of you, and how could those hurdles be overcome?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're sort of talking about how to innovate in general, right? I mean, your first questions were around, how could India innovate more? What does it need? And you talk about the link between academia and industry. It's the same question for everyone, I think, whether it be a country or a city or a big pharmaceutical company or a biotech company. That's the question that keeps me awake during the day and keeps me awake during the night. How because the problem is, as soon as you innovate, you've got to innovate again. It never stops. That's the definition of innovation. And I mean, if I can just add perhaps something that might be worthwhile thinking about for India in general. I think that you talk about academia. I think we should talk a lot more about biotech. I mean, I think the two, in terms of life science innovation, and we've talked about, which I'm really happy about, also the manufacturing aspect. I mean, manufacturing oncolytic viruses that Joanna was talking about. There's not many people on the planet who can do that at the moment. So it's taking it right from idea to the bench side. It's those are the two big elements for me: big pharma and biotech. And the third bit is the environment. And I like to talk about hotspots. And this is where the US is just fantastic at it. I mean, Boston. If you want to study innovation ecosystem, it's Boston. And countries often, I speak for my own, Australia, often historically struggle a little bit and Austria actually, my inherited home here, countries often struggle to make a decision, let's make a hotspot in one spot. So get that critical mass of universities, highly educated people, infrastructure, people, biotech, big pharma. Takes quite a while to build that up. And what usually happens when I observe it is countries sort of dilute it and then say, well, we want to give a bit of money to this part of the country, a little bit to that, a little bit to that, a little bit to that. So you end up with lots of warm spots, and that's not good enough. But once you get one hotspot, as you see in the US, once you get one hotspot, then you can start to get other ones. And it's that sort of entrepreneurial, the sort of biotech spirit and venture capital, which is often, certainly in European countries, the sort of bit that's the bits that it's missing. So anyway, there's just a few sort of random thoughts that.
Right, and it's often a university or an educational institution that forms the the center, the hub of that enlarging circle of innovation in a particular location. In Boston, it's the Harvard University. You go to the west coast of the US, and you have the Stanfords and the UCLAs, I suppose.
But I would argue that it's the critical mass of institutions, universities, and institutes, and highly educated people in the life science centers. That's the key factor, and not Harvard professor XYZ who came up with this idea and started a biotech company. I think that's just secondary. And we're trying to do that in Vienna as well. We have this. We have the wonderful city. Everyone loves to come here, and we've got lots of institutes, and it's easy to get to and well positioned. So we're trying to get that critical mass. And I would argue for us also here, it's that sort of entrepreneurial venture capital investment and lab space for companies and people with cool ideas to tinker and innovate.
Yeah, thanks so much for bringing that point up, and I hope that thought goes around more into policy making in India. Johanna, back to you. What are your thoughts on the challenges we see in the future, and how do we overcome them?
Yeah, I think I might take us in a slightly different direction, because one of the things that we wrestle with a lot at Roche is the care of what we call the global patient. We have a lot of drug development that's focused around very complicated molecules and complicated treatments that in a Western country is very easy to give. right? Where you could hospitalize somebody overnight, you can treat cytokine release syndrome. People can come back and forth to clinic multiple days in the week to be treated or to be observed. But how do we? And this isn't just an issue with the rest of the world; it's with the West also. And COVID brought this to light: is how do we create treatments that are more patient centric, where they're not required to come into clinic so often, where they can be monitored from afar with telemedicine? What are treatments that they could potentially self-administer? And so we're lucky with small molecules and some of those treatments where the patients could take the treatment home and then we could follow up with them. But those small molecules have their toxicity profiles as well. And how do we educate patients? For some of these bispecifics, we've had a big focus now within Roche, and I know other biotechs as well, and pharma as well, to say, okay, can we give subcutaneous dosing? And is there a way that with that subcutaneous dosing, we could create, number one, a better safety profile, but number two, a more convenient mode of administration? And so as we think through what those next steps would be, aside from innovation and thinking of curative therapies and further development of our technologies, really pushing towards the concept of making sure we have treatments that can be given globally. And that could potentially be accessible globally, and how do we make that easier? So that's another thing that keeps me up in the middle of the night.
Right. So I was wondering whether anybody has any ideas on the use of technology. So one thing that has changed over the last decade or so is this enormous now penetration of technology into the population. So you look at a country like India, where we are not the richest of countries, and yet almost everybody in the country has a mobile phone, and many of them are smartphones now, and they have their capabilities. Is there a way to leverage that to get healthcare to small pockets across the world in developing countries? That's one thought that I had, and the other is, of course, very different from that. As far as clinical trials are concerned, and clinical trials form 60% of the effort, or maybe more of the effort that goes into getting a new drug to the market. And that's always been a big challenge, getting patients into your clinical trials. And I'd like to hear from any of you who would care to respond on decentralized clinical trials, and that's a big buzzword among those who work in the area of clinical trials. What do you think of that, and how is that progressing? And do you see that kind of becoming a universal thing in the future? So, question open to anybody who would like to answer those. Any hands up there?
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was looking towards you.
Yeah, we have a lot of development of apps for the phones, both from clinical treatment standpoints and patient monitoring standpoints, where patients can log in their toxicities, have access to medical advice and nurses, to apps for clinical trials, where we help say, alarm, here's your next appointment, you're due here then, and to help them with and also with medicine taking, to record adverse events. So there's a lot going on within application technology for the cell phones. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another way that we could potentially start to monitor patients from afar. The other thing is there's been a big boom in wearable technology. So even in clinical trials and to monitor patient health, not just oncology patient health, where people are wearing Fitbits or Apple Watches that can record health data that then can be uploaded into a centralized repository to help with treatment decisions, to help with medical management of the patient. So I think that we're just almost in the infancy, so to speak, of where some of these technologies can go. And I think a very good point to use what people have with them all the time. I mean, I carry my iPhone with me everywhere I go. So if it recorded my health data, this is going to be a really wonderful way to create that connectivity.
Yeah, so I hope just before this panel discussion, we had awards given out to startups, and we have a great startup culture here in India. I hope some of those people are listening to this conversation and get some ideas about these technologies, and particularly their application to clinical trials. Inga, what do you think of the other area that I touched upon, decentralized clinical trials. Are you seeing more of those across the world? Where are we with them, and what do you see for the future?
Yeah, I cannot speak, to be honest, on new drug discovery because that is not my area of expertise. So far in vaccines, we have not, right? So this is because it's quite different. It's prophylactic and patients are followed up. Indeed, I completely agree with what's been said on using the apps on how to get to their next visit or get an alert when they get to the hospital and so forth on the health monitoring. But in terms of implementing decentralized trials, I don't think we have. It will be a slow process for vaccines. I think there are other areas in medicine where this would be more applicable and where it actually can be very beneficial. But for vaccines, I have not seen it so far. No.
Okay, great. So I think we've run out of the time that was allocated to us, and we are actually just on time. So thank you all so much for such an interesting round of discussions. I hope you have a great day ahead. Thank you so much, and I will hand over to the organizers for the last comment.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. And thank you to all our panelists. Thank you for that insightful discussion. We thank you on behalf of OPPI. Next, ladies and gentlemen.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a keynote address. To introduce the keynote speaker, I would like to welcome Mr. Rehan Khan, Managing Director, MSD Pharmaceuticals India Private Limited. A very warm welcome and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to be introducing Dr. Randeep Guleria. Dr. Guleria doesn't really require an introduction to this audience. He is the Director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and he will be speaking about the preparedness to address the current and emerging healthcare challenges in our country. But let me take a second just to talk about Dr. Guleria. Dr. Guleria was the first DM in pulmonary medicine in the country. He's the recipient of many awards and honors, including the Padma Shri in 2015, Dr. B.C. Roy Award for Eminent Medical Persons in 2014, Himachal Gaurav Puraskar in 2011, and more recently, the Times Healthcare Achievers Awards in the Legends category. Dr. Guleria also received the Doctor of the Decade Award by the Indian Medical Association and the National Excellence Award by the T.P. Jhunjhunwala Foundation for 2017 and 2018. Dr. Guleria has delivered more than eight national and international orations. He has over 450 publications, 49 chapters, 50 research grants, and over 300 invited lectures. Dr. Guleria was the personal physician to the Prime Minister of India from 1998 to 2004, and he has served as a personal physician to many national and international leaders. Dr. Guleria is an advisor and consultant to various international and national bodies, including the WHO in Geneva and the IAEA in Vienna. Thank you very much, and welcome, Dr. Guleria.
Thank you. So at the onset, let me really thank the organizers for inviting me and asking me to give this keynote address. Can I share my screen? That would be great if I can just show my slides, if the organizers could allow me to share my screen. I've been asked to talk on preparedness to address the current and emerging healthcare challenges in India. I think it's an important issue because we have to develop strategies of how do we move forward. This is not going to be the last pandemic, but we have been having multiple outbreaks in the past, and we need to see how we can address that. Before I move forward, would it be can I share my screen, or that's not possible? Otherwise, I'll just give my talk if it's all right without a PowerPoint presentation. So what I was going to say is that when we start looking at this pandemic, what we've noticed is that this is a pandemic which has raged now over 2 years and has actually claimed almost 6 million lives, which is a major cause of concern. And at the same time, it has also shown or exposed vulnerabilities which are present in healthcare systems across the world, including in India. And sooner or later, this pandemic will end, but we have to be prepared for future pandemics. And we also need to see how we can improve our healthcare system based on the lessons that we learned from this pandemic. So I think that itself is a very important issue that we need to keep in mind. One thing I can say that we could say with certainty that there is no going back to the pre-pandemic healthcare system. Things have changed dramatically. There have been new learnings, and I think that is something that we will have to consider as we move forward. Now, one thing else that has become very clear, and that is that this pandemic has actually affected every strata as far as society is concerned. Livelihoods have been affected. Human health, of course, has taken a major sort of beating. Governance and security have been challenged. Social and humanitarian needs have increased tremendously. And the economic system has also been disrupted, whether it be sports, tourism, or various other activities. And this is something that we need to keep in mind. Now, coming to the Indian health system, we all are aware that the Indian health system has two broad categories, the public healthcare system and the private healthcare system. The public healthcare system basically has focused on primary healthcare delivery through community level health programs. It's looked at more of sort of a decentralized primary health centers where some states have done much better than others. But there have also been advanced care provided at secondary and tertiary centers. But a large majority of inpatient care has actually come from private healthcare. This also has a skew because it is basically concentrated predominantly in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities. And as we go to smaller cities and rural India, the private healthcare system is not that well developed as one would have liked it to be. So some of the challenges which became more apparent during the pandemic were, one was awareness. There was lack of awareness among public on health issues. And this is important because there is a lot of importance as far as preventive health is concerned. Then was as far as access is concerned, and there was, like I mentioned, geographical inequalities in healthcare provisions. Certain states in the south have done much better than states in the north. Human resources became a big challenge, and of course, affordability. That is, healthcare, the cost of healthcare has become something which is significant, especially when it comes to the private sector, and the fact that many of patients have to actually pay from their own pocket. And this has actually also been something that came out dramatically as far as the pandemic was concerned. Now, if you look at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the healthcare system, it actually hampered the healthcare system in many manners. It's not only the fact that it needed a lot of resources, but private hospitals and labs witnessed a sharp decline in revenue due to delayed medical tourism and elective processes. Elective surgeries like knee replacement or other surgeries were not being done or were postponed. And this also led to a sharp decline as far as hospitals' revenues were concerned. Because of the lockdown and because of various factors, the outpatient departments were closed or curtailed for a very long period. And this also had an adverse effect as far as hospitals were concerned. Besides this, there were major effects as far as health delivery was concerned. And I think this is something that we need to even keep in mind as we plan for the future. For example, there was disruption of routine childhood immunization. A lot of childhood immunization programs got disrupted. I remember in the early days of the pandemic when a lot of doctors in the private sector had closed shop and there were pediatricians. There were parents who were actually approaching hospitals that my child's immunization is due, the vaccination is due. Or where do I go to get the vaccination done? Because of the fact that many areas had really shut down the immunization program. There were also fewer people seeking care for non-COVID emergencies. So people were too scared to come to the hospital, and this also had a negative effect as far as care was concerned. And of course, a lot of funds and infrastructure was shifted for COVID care, and therefore a lot of non-COVID services suffered. And this is something that has been reported by almost all countries globally, that there was a disruption of essential health services. If you look at what happened globally, it has been estimated that because of the pandemic, HIV cases have gone up by 10%, TB cases have gone up by 20%, and even cases of malaria in certain areas have gone up by almost 30%. So this has had an adverse effect even on other diseases, and this could be something that we could call as a sort of call collateral damage that has happened. So there is a need for us to really learn from this and prepare for future crises that may happen. Now, what the pandemic has really taught us is that there is actually a need to overhaul our healthcare system, especially when it comes to crisis management, outbreak management. And this could be infectious diseases, this could be natural disasters, where there are mass casualties. It could also be related to bioterrorism. And therefore, there is a need for us to really have an action plan in place when it comes to emerging health challenges. When we talk of this, one question that comes up is why is there an increase in new infectious diseases? I personally feel, and I've been saying this for quite some time, that the last 20 years of this century has seen a lot of outbreaks which have been indirectly a warning to us that a pandemic is due. We've already had a pandemic in 2009, which was the swine flu or H1N1 pandemic. We have outbreak of SARS, MERS, Zika, H5N1, which is known as bird flu, and even had cases of Ebola which traveled outside Africa. This has occurred due to multiple factors. One, of course, is the fact that there is now more travel, trade, and connectivity. Unlike what was there 20, 30 years ago, that humans lived in small bands or people stayed in their country or in their district or state and didn't really travel out that much. Now there's a huge amount of air travel, and therefore with travel, infections do tend to spread from one part of the world to the other. So there is travel from the old to the new worlds, and infection also tends to travel with that. There's also the issue of growing urbanization, where we see a lot of effect that this has with crowding in cities, and this affects sanitation. This leads to mosquito breeding, and diseases like dengue, Zika, chikungunya are on the rise because of issues of sanitization, because of overcrowding, which we see as part of urbanization. Also, the infections that I mentioned right now, all of them have a zoonotic origin. H1N1 came from, was known as swine flu. We have bird flu. We have even Zika, which has origin which is basically either in birds or in animals. And that is true for MERS coronavirus and even for the COVID-19. So it's important for us to understand that viruses are jumping species and becoming now more compatible with human to human spread. And this is because of the overcrowding, urbanization, and like I said, travel that is happening. And it's important for us, therefore, when we talk of the future and look at emerging healthcare challenges, that to look at it in a holistic manner as one health. And one health is basically human health and animal health, which are interdependent as well as being linked to the healthcare of the ecosystem. And that is something that we need to keep in mind, that when we talk of health, we should look at human health, animal health, the health of our environment, and then try and develop strategies which are more holistic. And this is something which has been seen globally also. Now, what are the potential avenues and what can we do for the future? I think few things that we need to look at. One is increase public health awareness. We need to also see how we can upgrade manpower and medical infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Health insurance schemes and awareness needs to be given a push. We have to start using more and more of technology which can help us to reach out to our patients. And one thing that came out during the pandemic was telemedicine. We need to develop policies for pandemic preparedness and also have strategies where we can have vaccines and drugs available early rather than late. Now, even now, there is a lack of public health awareness, and therefore there is a need to develop strategies which can improve preventive health. And this has been shown to be useful when it comes to reproductive health, nutritional practices, child health, and even environmental health. And I think this is something that we need to focus on a lot. Like I said, we need to upgrade manpower and medical infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. This is something which the government is now doing. There's increasing number of hospital beds per 1,000 population. There's also more government medical colleges being started in unserved areas. Government has also started building medical colleges in various districts, and hospital chain and specialty centers are coming forward to build more capacity, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And this is some of the learnings that I think there has been during the pandemic, that we have a lot of health infrastructure available in tier 1 cities, but as we go down, that is not something that is easily available. The other issue is developing a robust health insurance scheme and awareness. This has become more and more popular, but still there is a long way to go in terms of being able to provide some degree of health insurance to our population, because even now the cost of treatment is expensive and many patients have to pay out of their pocket, and this leads to problem. And we already have the Ayushman Bharat by the government of India, but we need to look at other schemes which are more inclusive and covers a wider population. Then we need to start seeing how we can use technology much more. In my mind, we haven't used technology as much as we should as far as the health sector is concerned. The government had adopted the use of technology in the form of Arogya Setu. The CoWIN platform itself is a huge technological advancement which has helped the vaccine rollout and been very successful. But I think we need to really see how we can take it forward. Telemedicine is another area where technology had been very useful, both for the management of COVID patients, but even for non-COVID care as far as care was concerned during the lockdown and during such time. And I personally feel that this telemedicine will remain now an important tool where we could reach out to patients in rural India or in other parts and provide care. We could also use this technology to provide care in terms of ICUs. We have a whole concept of e-ICUs, where you can manage patients or help the doctor to manage patients in a smaller center by really guiding him using technology now to manage patients in a critical care setting. So this is something that we need to develop and move forward. And these are the challenges that we will need to sort of look at as to how do we roll it out so that it becomes more and more user friendly. The government had released the telemedicine guidelines in March 2020. It is a work in progress because we still need to see how we can make it more robust, both in terms of safety and in terms of it not being misused. The ministry had introduced the eSanjeevani app, which is an integrated web-based telemedicine solution. So that is also active and helps patients in getting solutions for their problems. As we move ahead, I think the challenges that we have is surveillance systems, laboratories with biosafety facilities, training of public health officials and existing public health framework, and research capacity to quickly develop medicines and vaccines. Surveillance, I think, is very important because whenever we have an outbreak, the rapid detection of any unusual pattern of disease is paramount. If we find a cluster of unusual cases, there has to be an activity that there is information transmitted, there is some response that happens, and quick containment can happen so that the infection doesn't spread to other areas. We've seen that in the south, we had an outbreak of Nipah virus, which was controlled very efficiently. But this type of surveillance system needs to be active for the future for any outbreak so that we don't let it to become an epidemic or a pandemic. There is a global platform, the Global Early Warning System, which is being run jointly by the Food and Agriculture Organization, the WHO, and the World Organization for Animal Health. It needs to become more active so that it is able to globally monitor any outbreak which is happening and be able to take action, but it needs to have that support as far as policymakers are concerned. There's also in my mind a need to push for applied research where we can look at developing broad spectrum therapeutics against zoonotic pathogens with potential of emergence in humans. And that is something that we need to do. Why do we need to do that? The pandemic showed to us that there is a need to anticipate and prepare rather than to merely react. An example is that antibody therapeutics for COVID-19 were not approved till November 2020. And in contrast, we used a drug which was already there. We repurposed it, remdesivir, for the treatment of COVID-19 as early as May 2020. Although this drug was not meant for COVID, it was predominantly being evaluated for Ebola. So therefore, we have to have a proactive strategy rather than a reactive strategy as far as drug development is concerned. And this has been very aptly shown that if you have a proactive strategy, you can roll out the drug much faster than if you have a reactive strategy. Drugs that we can have can be repurposed drugs, which can be used, and you can have a library of drugs which can look at what are the drugs available. Remdesivir is one example. Or you can develop novel drugs which can actually start being developed against a particular pathogen. A classical example is the monoclonal antibodies that were used in COVID-19. But I think to do that, we have to have synergy between three solid pillars. One is the academic institutes where the academic research is done. They are the ones who would be able to come out with the molecule. Then there has to be industry support in development, funding, and manufacturing of the molecule. And then there has to be support from the government also in terms of funding and regulatory guidance. So unless all three move in synergy, it will not be possible to develop a drug or a molecule at pandemic speed. And I think it's also important for us to understand that we need to look at highly effective or drugs which are sort of effective against a family or a group specific therapeutics and vaccines rather than against a particular virus itself, because that can take a longer time. So it's important that we are able to develop broad spectrum antivirals like we do for antibiotics, which may be more useful. And many drugs can be looked at, those which have a direct antiviral action or which are directed against the host. And we did develop such drugs during COVID-19, but I think we need to have a platform ready as we move forward. The challenges that we have as far as drug development is concerned is that we are looking at an unknown pathogen. We don't know which virus will become a human virus and cause a pandemic. There are no sort of models for in vitro or in vivo screening. In vivo screening, the market potential is unknown, and of course there is a whole issue of the resources that we have, prioritizing the resources that we have as far as pandemic is concerned. So I think these are the challenges, but we were able to overcome these challenges to some extent as far as vaccine development was concerned. One thing that the world was able to do and India was able to do was come out with a vaccine at pandemic speed by doing things in parallel rather than in sequence. And I think this has also been one of the great learnings that we've had, that we can actually, if we really put our minds together, do things in a manner that we can have a vaccine in less than a year if we are willing to have the commitment in terms of the financial resources and the commitment in terms of the regulatory approvals being done quickly. This is something that we need to really look at. And I think these are the learnings that we've had as far as the future is concerned. The government itself has, of course, given the COVID-19 emergency response and healthcare system package, which is more than 23,000 crores for developing a lot of these strategies. So I'd just like to say that the pandemic has exposed the shortcomings in the healthcare system worldwide. It has also shown that the pre-pandemic health system were unequal, costly, and not prepared to tackle a pandemic of the magnitude of COVID-19. We need to brainstorm on health policies beyond COVID-19. And a significant change is required to deliver effective and affordable healthcare to all. And I think expansion of medical facilities to underserved areas, increased coverage of public and private healthcare insurance, and active health planning for future pandemics are the key priorities that I think we need to focus on as far as we move forward. So I'll stop here and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Randeep Guleria, for shedding light on those key updates and sharing your insights with us. As we are moving forward, I would now like to invite Mr. Vikrant Shrotriya, Managing Director and Corporate Vice President, Novo Nordisk India Private Limited, to introduce our next keynote speaker. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you very much. And I think as the evening is progressing, the sessions are becoming more and more interesting. This is one of the sessions which is going to drive India into a leap of growth, what we really see over 100 billion by 2025. The topic is R&D, the key determinant to address the current and emerging healthcare challenges. And who else can be the speaker to give this keynote address? Dr. Renu Swaroop. As far as I know, she has been a researcher, scientist, advisor, and more important, at the policy front, framing the policy for biotechnology, which is going to take forward India. She is the former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology for Government of India. And having served in the department for 30 years, she has been also the chairperson for Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. And she also took additional charge of Secretary, Department of Science and Technology for a short period of time. A PhD in genetics and plant breeding. She has done a postdoctoral research with John Innes Center, Norwich, UK, and she has been instrumental in planning and implementation of some of the major national programs in biotechnology area, the vision and strategy for 2001, 2007, 2015, and 2021. 4 of the transformation plans. She has been also one of the advocates when it comes to women in science by being a member of the science constituted by the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister. And as the Secretary of Government of India, Department of Biotechnology, she actually led the network of autonomous institutions, public sector units, more than 5,000 projects across 100 research institutions, laboratories, and universities. And not only that, we all remember during the COVID times that how she led the COVID vaccines diagnosis and genomic sequences in terms of a mission which was very much successful. And as the public sector, Berg, as the founding managing director as well as the chairperson, I think she led the innovation right from the front by supporting 5,000 startups and 60 incubators. So without taking much of time, may I welcome Dr. Renu Swaroop for this important keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vikrant, for this very kind introduction. And I think you have positioned my talk on R&D innovation very appropriately after Dr. Guleria has given a talk from the clinician's viewpoint of how the pandemic has brought out not just the research, but the management of very important priorities of healthcare and how it's brought the spotlight on healthcare priorities. Today, we are going to talk about the R&D innovation and how this is important for looking at not just the healthcare priorities that have come out from the pandemic, but the future. What really is the future that's important for us to take it ahead? This pandemic gave us a wonderful learning. The pandemic not only gave us a learning, but it brought globally to the focus the SMT, how important SMT was and what was the role that SMT played in bringing out solutions which would then tackle this pandemic. This was important because for many years we have invested in creating a very, very strong and robust ecosystem. And this pandemic brought to the front that ecosystem. And it actually was like putting it into a live test case to see how this ecosystem responds. And I think we all know that India is proud of the way our scientists, our researchers, our clinicians, our doctors, everybody, all stakeholders have come out and responded to this very challenging situation that we were all faced with. I think it's important when we are discussing this to see what really is innovation, how important innovation is for R&D, and then try and see how these two complement each other, and how while we focus on R&D, it's also important that we focus on innovation to be able to not just lead from the front, but address national and global challenges. So what really is innovation? What do we really mean when we talk about innovation? I think innovation is, there are a large number of definitions for innovation, but I think innovation is finding new ways of doing things which then respond to specific needs and challenges. And I think the way innovation is positioned with R&D, it complements it as we move ahead, because what really is R&D? R&D, basically, the need for R&D is because it's like a continuous process, which is required not only to develop new solutions, but to also take up cutting edge technologies, take up new cutting edge areas for development, which then make solutions, treatments affordable, accessible. And as I said, to be able to lead from the front for meeting domestic and global needs, you need to continuously bring in innovation. It's also important because innovation is a key pillar of R&D when we look at it. And when you talk about tackling any key challenges, innovation comes right in the forefront. In fact, R&D, continuous R&D with innovation is so important because it's a continuous flow of knowledge which then keeps fueling this pipeline as we move forward. Stepping back now, I think it's important for us to see what really has been our country's planning for R&D, planning for innovation, and what really is our history of innovation and R&D over these many, many years. I have to compliment OPPI because you all have been having these annual sessions. You've been sort of keeping everyone engaged to be able to promote something which is key and critical to the success of innovation and R&D, and that is the interface or the connections and collaborations between academia and industry. And I think that's one of the most important key pillars on which we have also focused as a country for many years. We have invested in innovation, and India has, as I said, a very long successful history for over many, many years. We know what our standing has been in vaccines, in diagnostics, in therapeutics, and over years, we've built very strong critical mass of human resource, of infrastructure. And this is what we then take forward, looking at what the specific requirements are as we move on. The three key pillars on which we focus are primarily the 3 C's, as we call it. The capacity building, which, as I said, is human resource and infrastructure, because that is most important and critical if you have to look at R&D, if you have to look at innovation, which can take it ahead. The second C is focusing on cutting edge technologies. Because unless and until you continue to focus on cutting edge new technologies, because science and technology is a very rapidly, dynamically moving field, and to address new issues, to address new challenges, you do need to keep bringing in new technologies. The government has played a very important role in trying to then focus, in addition to these 2 C's, on the third C, and that is collaboration. For this whole area of R&D and innovation, collaboration is the most crucial pillar on which we need to focus. Collaboration between the most important stakeholders, that is academia, industry, and of course our startups who now play such an important role. All other stakeholders, whether it's the policymakers, whether it's the investors, whether it's the regulators, the complete group, all the stakeholders have to collaborate and collectively look at coming forward in the development and delivery of what we are seeing as our final product. While we look at national collaborations, interagency collaborations, and in the government, as all of you would know, there are multiple ministries and departments which deal with different aspects of research, innovation, translation, clinical development, regulation. So their combined working together is so very important and critical. And this came out so clearly in the COVID times. So that collaboration is clearly one of the important pillars. But in addition to that, I think international collaboration is very, very important. It's important because for any new technology that we are focusing on, I think the key emphasis is to be on sharing of knowledge, sharing of data, bringing together the best practices, whether it's for the research, whether it's for the development, whether it's for trials, whether it's for regulation. Because as I said, we're all eventually addressing one common goal, which is a global challenge. Any of the healthcare priorities that you look at, and the COVID brought it out so very clearly. So international collaboration is so important and critical for us to take it forward. I think over these years, India, we have played a very important role with the government investing, in addition to bringing in very strong PPP models. The Department of Biotechnology, which I had the very good privilege of leading, along with its public sector BIRAC, has displayed so clearly the strength of PPP models. And of course, the recent COVID pandemic vaccine development, diagnostic development has shown it very clearly. So a seamless flow of information, a seamless flow of product development across the value chain, from the research lab to the incubation center, to the startups, to the industry. I think that is so important for us as we move ahead to see how we can take it forward. This innovation ecosystem today is built on a very strong foundation in our country. While introducing me, he spoke about the hundreds of laboratories which focus on biotech research. And I think if you all look at the statistics of the biotech sector, which yes has a potential, which we have put in of the 150 billion, and we are nearly around 90 billion today, more than 60% of it is from the biopharma sector. And in this, we see not just the strength that has been established in the academic institutes, and these institutes today are global best. In COVID times, our academic institutes have been recognized by the global consortia as validation centers, as research centers. The human resource that we bring out, the training programs that we are taking on to be able to build this capacity. And then, of course, the shared infrastructure. Because if you look at any of the key areas of research that you need to focus on, the startups today form a very, very strong component of that. And if we are looking at this value chain from research to product development, there is no way that we can miss this very important segment, which today is so vibrant, over 5,000 startups, nearly over 65 to 70 incubation centers. We are now focusing on setting up these technology clusters. The technology clusters are where the startups can actually develop their prototypes, set up small pilot manufacturing plants to be able to then move, as we say, from Startup India to Make in India. And that is how this, and they also have these regulatory test beds, they have fab labs, a number of these components to be set up. And we do have some of these incubation centers which have taken on this responsibility, but clearly we need to focus on many more. But setting up of parks, setting up of special zones, this really is the strength of the investment that we have made over these many, many years. But as they say, the investment that we make in today is really what is going to pay dividends as we require it tomorrow. We didn't realize that the pandemic is going to so very quickly ask us for those dividends, for those investments that we made. And we saw this in less than 2 years. India became self-reliant in its diagnostic kits. a portfolio of vaccines that we've been able to develop, which we are so very proud of. We have, through our indigenous vaccines, catered to the world's largest vaccination program. I mean, look at the numbers we are talking about. Not just 2 doses, we are now going into boosters, we're going in for children vaccines, a whole portfolio of vaccines, and interestingly, different platforms. That's where innovation has come in. India was always known as a vaccine manufacturer. Globally, we are recognized today as the vaccine developer, as the innovation that we put in. We have, in a very short period of time, demonstrated our strength to focus on these 3 C's and delivered as we have in this short period of time, meeting the domestic needs, but also being recognized for global, for many of the global requirements that are there. We have this whole robust ecosystem that was set up for vaccine development in India. From the development to the manufacturing to the clinical validation, we set up more than 53 clinical trial sites. We have more than 10 repositories which were set up for samples. We have nearly about 6 or 7 immunoassay validation labs. I mean, how quickly this was all put into place. It was because of the collaborations, because, as I said, of focusing on those 3 C's, on the capacity, on the cutting edge technologies, on the collaborations. And this really gave us our strength as we move ahead. Having said all this, I think in conclusion, it's important for us to understand what then is the way forward. How do we move beyond COVID? Excellent. We've demonstrated so very beautifully in COVID times. We've been able to sort of not only, as I said, be successful within the country, but being recognized globally. How can we now use this ecosystem to tackle our other healthcare priorities? There are so many. AMR, one of our silent pandemic, which we need to focus our attention on. Lifestyle diseases, maternal and child health, brain-related diseases. You're looking at geriatric diseases. I mean, there's no end of it. We just need to look at it. And obviously, you have cancer and so many others. How do we put this ecosystem now to use? How do we put in our investments that we've done to be able to handle this? I think our focus has to be, as for COVID, everything should be taken up in a mission mode challenge model so that we can develop affordable and accessible technologies, solutions, and products which meet our requirements, meet the global requirements. As I said, we have been able to build these excellent platform technologies. Now it's important for the whole stakeholder group, the industry, the academia, the startups to come forward. We also have now with this a lot that has moved ahead in terms of the confidence on science and technology. While the government has been investing in this over many years to be able to establish this, it's also important now that we see the private sector coming ahead, not just in investing in R&D, but building these collaborative models. We have been talking about setting up knowledge translational clusters. What really are knowledge translational clusters? They are clusters where you have the academia, the industry co-located along with the startups so that there is a seamless flow of information and they're not 2 parallel tracks which move. You cannot have an academia coming up with a technology which is ready at a prototype level and then saying, now we are transferring this technology to an industry and they will take it ahead. It doesn't work like this. It has to be like one common relay race where one player passes on the baton to the other as they move into the next step. So you have to be partners right from the beginning in the co-development process to be able to deliver at the end in terms of new products that we're looking at. There are a large number of new technologies that we need to focus on. While there are targets in terms of the diseases I spoke about, there are a large number of technologies which have huge potential. And I think India as a country has the capacities and the competence. It's just that we need to focus on it. Whether you talk about gene editing, whether you talk about CAR-T cell, whether you talk about regenerative medicines, each of them. And I think that is really how our innovative potential will move ahead. So in conclusion and in summary, I think I would just like to leave 3 key messages with you. And as OPPI, as all stakeholders who've collected here, you are the key people who are going to move this needle forward in terms of addressing other healthcare challenges. We have already demonstrated the success of the competence that we have. What we need to do is to keep this momentum going. We cannot just let go of the momentum that we've built for this pandemic. We need to ensure that the strengths that we have built in capacity, in cutting edge technology, and in collaboration are sustained. They are sustained and then they are moved ahead for other priorities. The second most important aspect is while we look at research and we look at the whole ecosystem of translation, it's important that we do not lose sight on the manufacturing. The manufacturing is key. We need to look at innovative technologies for manufacturing that we can take ahead. And lastly, I think the key message is our ecosystem is now future ready. What we have to do is to find innovative models so that we can scale it up and we can sustain it to meet the needs and the requirements of our country. So thank you very much. As OPPI and as all stakeholders, you all have a very big responsibility on you to see that you keep this momentum, you keep this, potential that is there, and each one takes forward the action in terms of what we've been able to succeed during the pandemic. Beyond the pandemic, we have much more to do, and I'm confident that as a country, we will be able to do it. Atmanirbhar Bharat, not just for the country, but for the global needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renu Swaroop, for that encouragement and inspiration. Thank you very much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the second panel discussion of the day. But before we dive into it, I'd once again like to remind all of you about the interactive buttons that you see on the screen. On the left of the screen, you may see a clap button where you can applaud to welcome our speakers. Also, there is a like and heart button. Of course, you know what to do with that. And there is a hooter to cheer and celebrate. On the right of your screen, you see Ask a Question tab, where we'd like you to put in your questions, write down your questions, and our moderator will be happy to take them during the panel discussion. And now to introduce the panel and speakers, I'd like to welcome Mr. Suresh Patadhil, General Manager and Managing Director, Allergan India Private Limited and AbbVie India. A very warm welcome, and over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kayati. And as the evening progresses, the sessions are becoming more interesting. And I think, we have always been talking about R&D and the kind of footprint which the global pharma has in India. And I think the trending themes are Make in India and Discover in India. So we would like to know from the very esteemed panel which we have today, who represents the who's who of global pharma, on the economic and health footprint of global pharmaceutical industry in India. So let me go ahead without any ado, introduce the panel to all of you. Simpson Emmanuel is the Managing Director and CEO, Roche Products India Private Limited. Simpson oversees India affiliates operations and provides guidance towards achieving company's North Star for delivering better outcomes for more patients and faster drugs to the market. He has almost 20 years of experience in the Indian pharmaceutical sector, especially in areas of marketing, strategic planning, sales management, new product planning, and patient access programs. He holds a master's degree in health economics, economic evaluation, and health technology from the University of York, UK, and postgraduate diploma in business administration and marketing, and a bachelor's degree in physics. Next, a panelist is Mr. Manoj Saxena. Manoj Saxena is currently the Managing Director of Bayer Zydus Pharma and Country Division Head, South Asia Pharmaceuticals. As part of Bayer's Asia Pacific Pharma leadership team, he is known for his contribution in driving key growth strategies within the region with a deep understanding of the healthcare industry. In his various roles those senior management roles, Manoj has had opportunities to work closely on the India domestic strategy, new launches, new strategic business enterprises, and various other organizational projects from time to time. So welcome, Manoj. Our next panelist is Mr. Vikrant Shrotria. Vikrant is the Managing Director and Corporate Vice President for Novo Nordisk's India business based in Bangalore. Vikrant has a distinguished career spanning over 20 years in the healthcare industry in India and internationally. He studied in Delhi University and Symbiosis, Pune, and has worked in many national and international organizations in India, Southeast Asia, and more recently in the GCC countries, where he was the Vice President for Novo Nordisk GCC business and Corporate Vice President for Saudi Arabia. Vikrant has been honored with several accolades throughout his career. Most recently, he received one of the highest awards from the Danish government, His Royal Highness Prince Henrik's Medal of Excellence, in recognition for his outstanding contribution to business and trade. Welcome, Vikrant. Our next panelist is Gagan Singh. Mr. Gagan Singh brings a wealth of experience in healthcare, having worked in India and also in global roles. He is currently the country president and managing director for AstraZeneca India since July 2017. And prior to that, Gagan was heading the global. He was the global head of established brands based in UK. In 2012, he was appointed as the country president for AstraZeneca Philippines. Prior to Astra, he has worked for Baxter and Eli Lilly and Company. He also represents the industry as chair of the Pharma Committee for FICCI. So welcome, Gagan, to the panel. Our next panelist is Sai Sethuraman. Sai is head of research and development at Pfizer Chennai. He heads the parenteral sterile injectables drug product R&D site and portfolio management team in Chennai, India. In the past several years, he has built, managed global program management teams for Pfizer in both R&D and operations. He has a broad-based work experience spanning more than 30 years in US and India. He has functioned in diverse roles, including project management, manufacturing, engineering, and business development across industries, finished dosages, APIs, biologics, specialty chemicals. And he is a graduate of chemical engineering from IIT Mumbai, has an MS from Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago, and an MBA from University of South Carolina, Columbia. So we have a welcome, Sai, to the panel. So we have a very esteemed panel. Now, the person who's going to make this panel discussion more interesting is Amit Mukim. Amit has been a management consultant turned into a business leader and currently oversees the India operations of IQVIA, a global healthcare technology, information, and clinical research organization. His experience in digital health has extended to supporting innovation and entrepreneurship in India. He is an advisor to the NHA on innovation, president at TAI Mumbai, and mentor to health startups. Prior to IQVIA, Amit was head of healthcare at KPMG. He was one of the youngest partners in KPMG and helped the firm build and grow the private equity and strategy business, and also the healthcare practice for India across Asia Pacific. He's worked across 11 countries across India, Asia Pacific as part of his role. Amit has done a bachelor's in economics from University of Calcutta and an MBA from Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi. Amit believes that spirituality, fitness are the key aspects for personality development and also good health, Amit. Amit is an amateur marathon runner and coaches entrepreneurs on managing stress while being centered in spirituality. So Amit is going to make this discussion very interesting with a very esteemed panel. And over to you, Amit.
Thank you, Suresh. And thank you for this long introduction. It's almost embarrassing to consume so much time, but welcome to all of you. Very good evening. Thank you to OPPI for having us on this panel. Thank you for the panelists for taking out time for this discussion, which I feel is an incredibly important and a timely discussion. What I thought could be great to set the context before I dive into a conversation is just to show a few data points to the audience and to yourselves. And I would request Manish, if you can, please pull up a short presentation that I've put together for the benefit of furthering this discussion. Yeah. Manish, I'm just going to request you to move slide by slide. So just wait for my cue. Yeah. If you can move to the next slide. Yeah. The next one. Okay. So I thought it is important, and especially in a context and an event and a symposium like this, to really take everyone back to where we are and what really this industry, these companies, and my fellow panelists have contributed to bringing the life science industry to where we are today. If you look at almost 50 years ago, and that's not very far if you look at history, right? The industry in India, the pharmaceutical industry in India was just between 10 to 15 crores. It was set up by a few multinational organizations, many of them who are on this panel, who came in and set up shop. There were a few Indian entrepreneurs who also took steps to set up this industry, but that's where this industry was. Fast forward 20 years, the industry grew to about 450 crores. That's when regulation came in. The Patent Act was filed, the drug price control order came in, and then we had the generation of pharma entrepreneurs, which was before the generation of IT and technology entrepreneurs. I'm relating and listing that because when entrepreneurship comes in India, many people talk about technology, but very few people understand that true entrepreneurship actually came in from healthcare and pharma. Fast forward another 20 years, 2010, and just 10 years ago, liberalization happened and the industry grew to 7,500 crores. That's when people started thinking about innovation. That's when people understood what were therapies. That's when diabetes began to be known as a disease, right? That's when India started to think about becoming the pharmacy of the world. And really the engagement with global regulators, good manufacturing practices, and the industry started building up in India. And today, we are sitting at a 2 lakh crore market, which is almost 20, 30 times the industry that was there 10 years ago, right? Today, we have the market that is well established. There are very, very clear growth drivers. But more importantly, the point I wanted to make here is if you go back 30, 40 years, the innovation that happened is contributed by many of my fellow panelists, organizations that actually brought this to India. Can we move to the next slide? So where are we today? We are currently one of the fastest growing markets in the world. We have consistently had double-digit growth. Even during the pandemic, we've managed to grow. If we look at the breakup of the market, it is still a very, very retail-driven market, which also signifies that there is much, much more headroom to actually see what can be done to support the institutional growth. And that's just started. All of y'all are aware of the largest universal healthcare program that has taken off in this country. Right? If you look at the therapies that are driving the growth and really, really contributing and supporting the Indian pharma industry, it's three, right? It's anti-diabetic, cardiac, and respiratory. And there's no difference whether it's a pandemic or non-pandemic. Today, we have 600 companies, including 45 MNCs. We have close to 50,000 brands, which is one of the largest number of brands that you'll find in any country. We have close to 80,000 SKUs, which is again one of the largest number of SKUs you'll find in any country in the world, and close to 5,000 products that are launched every year. Now, I'm not going into this side of innovation or non-innovation, but what I wanted to lay out here is that India by no means is an easy market. India by no means is a small market. And currently, all of us are still staring at the cusp of growth. And many of these launches, all of us are aware, still require a lot more innovation to happen than what is really behind this. Can we move to the next slide, Manish? I think there are 3 or 4 things I wanted to point out. And this is something as an exercise OPPI actually carried out over the last few months. And it is a great reflection to see what really has happened with respect to the economic impact and the innovation that companies, especially the multinational pharmaceutical companies, have done in India. Today, we have 27 multinational pharmaceutical companies from under 10 that was there 60 years ago. The revenue turnover contribution is close to 35,000 crores, growing at 6 to 7%. There are 200 product launches that are in pipeline. Most of them are innovative products. Currently, there are 1,300 products, included patented, licensed, and co-marketed products that are being contributed by MNC pharma companies. 400 clinical trials, which is almost 70% of these trials in India, have been sponsored by global pharma companies. And there are 665 US FDA approved manufacturing plants in India outside the US, which is the highest in the world. So many times, sometimes we often think about India as being purely a generics market. We often think about India as being the pharmacy of the world. But I think it's important to step back and understand that there has been a significant contribution to drive innovation, new products, patented products in the market by the industry itself, which has contributed to the growth of this industry. Manish, can we move to the next slide? When we look at what really are the three pillars, and these pillars are incredibly important to grow the industry itself. We all know that one of the biggest issues India faces is affordability. And there have been multiple programs, whether it's a program that Roche has launched or Bayer or Novo or whoever else, to improve patient access, patient assistance, and more importantly, patient awareness. I think the other piece has been how pricing has really happened in the Indian pharma market. And despite popular opinion, I think there has been very conscious, and I'm using the word conscious because we have seen conscious pricing happen to actually improve the access of products in the Indian pharma market. And I think the third is, how do you channel innovation? I think there have been many ways, right? You bring innovation yourself, you actually build your own teams, but then how do you scale up innovation disproportionately? And you can only do that through partnerships and inorganic means. And there are numerous examples of how partnerships with either local Indian pharma companies, global pharma companies, other digital health players have been sourced and driven and established to actually build brands as well as therapy growth and support in the Indian pharma market. Manish, can we move to the next slide? I think one of the things I wanted to actually call out is the role partnerships as well as co-marketing has played. And these are just examples. There are many, many more examples. But why I have called out these examples is that the need for innovation in these therapy areas is huge. And the need for access and distribution and really bringing the right medicine and the right care to the patient is incredibly important. And we have seen multiple examples over the last few decades of companies which have partnered with Indian pharma companies across these therapy areas to actually scale up and accelerate the access of drugs as well as markets to patients and HCPs across the industry. Manish, can you move to the next slide? Often there is a question asked, and we were debating this in the panel prep itself, is what really is the share of global launches vis-a-vis Indian launches? And we'll talk about it in the panel. But it's a growing story. I think there's the highway and the roadmap still needs to be built, but the reality of the situation today is that a third of global trials and global products are being launched in India today. And that number was less than a quarter about 5 to 6 years ago. So there's really an uptick. Can this increase more? And that's a question for the panel that I'm going to pose there. But the reality of the situation is that 1/3 of global launches are happening in India. The time frame to launch has decreased to less than a year. The last time we tracked the trends, it was 6 to 8 months. The same number was 24 to 36 months about 5 to 6 years ago. So we are getting quicker innovation and faster innovation and a larger share of innovation that is happening in India today. Can we move to the next slide? And companies are spending extensively on both R&D and clinical trials. Today, we have close to 2,500 patients across 200 sites for phase 3 trials in India. And 90% of the global phase 3 trials are being conducted in India. And I think while these numbers may not sound huge given the Indian diaspora and the size, I think it's a start. A significant amount of money is being spent. I think a lot needs to be done to create the infrastructure to bring innovation into India. But where this was a few years ago, there's almost a 4 to 5 time increase if you see the investments that have happened in clinical trials and other things over the last few years. Manish, can we move to the next slide? So now, with this background, I would like to welcome again my panel members. And just to keep it simple in the order of alphabetical order and no seniority, experience, and everything else, I would really request each of you to spend a couple of minutes, as a reaction to this information that I shared, and also to share a few points around how each of your organizations think about innovation and R&D and the economic impact you'll have created in India before I move into pointed questions. Thank you. So I think Gagan, it's you first.
Okay, thanks, Amit. Thanks for the very engaging conversation that you set up with your set of data. I think, I mean, if you look at, our pharma industry, we are very, really proud of what we've achieved in this industry. I think ranked third worldwide in volume, shows the mass of people that we've been able to treat and access with affordable medication, and also not Mickey Mouse in terms of value anymore, with 14th ranked globally. I think clearly at 42 billion, if you put our exports and domestic together, we are really leading from that front. In terms of India making significant strides, I think all of us have been proud. And through the evening, people have covered of the fact that how we responded to COVID, using our talent as well as our innovation, beginning with developing indigenous vaccines, as well as more importantly also partnering where AstraZeneca could contribute in terms of tech transfers and others. But the kind of scale at which we produced was something remarkable. And I think that's something which clearly underlines the talent which this industry possesses and its ability to rise in difficult times and challenging times, be it just not just vaccines, be it remdesivir or other set of drugs and other companies, everyone really raised to the occasion. So my own belief is, I think the ground is very, very fertile for both R&D and innovation. We may not go the traditional route where West went with product development through a brick and mortar model, but I think we've got the opportunity to really concise the whole R&D cycle with collaboration, with technology and other led innovations that we have. So I believe the decade from here is what I call as innovation-led decade that we'll see in India. And building on that theme, I think at AZ, we've clearly always recognized the opportunity which India possesses. And talking about our R&D footprint, so we committed about 500 crores in the India-Sweden innovation partnership, which happened in 2018. And following that, we've invested very, very significantly. You showed 400 global clinical trials in India. We contribute 40 of them. Currently, we have 39 ongoing trials. We work with 239 sites. And based on that, we've been able to launch and build our portfolio introductions very, very significantly. While the industry average is about 11 to 12% contribution of patented drugs to the turnover, we're averaging over 50%. So for the past 3 years. So you can clearly see it's not just all about global clinical trials, but it's also about leading to faster approvals as well as including innovation there. The second part of our commitment in the whole innovation space was really expanding the R&D organization. We began with 25. Today, we've got about 200 people who are really looking at patient safety and data very, very closely out of Bangalore. And, once a drug is launched, it's continuously monitored to manage safety and efficacy. And this data is very, very critical in the development of the drug and further information which comes through. Last part of our contribution towards R&D and innovation is the level of engagement we've built with the startups in India. So we've run 2 startup programs till now. We're now with the second generation startup. We run our COE in partnership with NASSCOM as well as AIMS in Jodhpur, where we brought academia, we brought tech startups together, and we mentor them. And the classic example here is we're looking at patient pathways, and we're looking at how can we really remove the obstacles, both at from preclinical right down to post-clinical of a drug journey. How do we help with better, access, awareness, and other aspects in a patient journey? Under this program, I'm proud to share that a couple of them from our first generation startups are international brands now. They're funded by PE funds and they're available in over 12 countries, connected across AstraZeneca globally. So there's a lot that India has also contributed in the innovation and R&D for us, which is absolutely, what is startup in India or made up in India, and that's contributing. So that in a nutshell is our footprint, Amit. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Gagan, and thank you for broadening this whole conversation into different aspects beyond this trial. Really appreciate it. Manoj, over to you.
Yeah, quick thoughts. I think what Gagan said and what you said is the focus on research and development. I think India a little bit missed the bus in the early part of this decade, where the clinical trial did pose a challenge. But I think as your charts were showing, that the clinical trials, most of the pharma companies, including ours, we are conducting almost all the global clinical trials. India is being now part of it. The also commitment to launch patented drugs, I guess 30% is what you were, 1/3 products are being launched in India. Probably for us, it's much higher. The vehicle of launches in terms of looking at India as a strategic market is critical for us. But more importantly, I think on the R&D piece, India is playing a critical role from 2 aspects. One is the whole global clinical trials, where India, from its diverse population and also now the ecosystem getting better, does portray a fertile land, but also from a talent perspective. Yeah, and if you look at classically, India from a STEM perspective was always there, but now with the clinical trials ecospace getting in, there are large centers being built up, and we didn't have the brick and mortar structure a few years back. 3 years back, we set up a data science analytics centers in Hyderabad, and we have really expanded it extremely high from an FTE, but also focusing on roles which in the past were not coming to India and now coming to India. So it's not just the data manager and data leads, but also typically biostatistician roles at senior level in the R&D structure, which are not only just doing the R&D work for India, but also globally. And apart from that, I think, one of the aspects around which Gagan also said is the whole startup ecosystem, right? We awarded one through the OPPI today, but I think, we have a global program on funding startups. And a lot of Indian startups have been funded, and I think they have gained momentum, size, from thought leadership, have got benefit. And I think India would remain a very, very, fertile land for that. You have been a mentor yourself, Amit, and I you have seen that how health tech and probably the right ecosystem would help them to grow. So I'm extremely positive. I think there are also some aspects where we can play a greater role. When I say we, is stakeholders beyond just the pharma industry. And hopefully incentivize the innovation. Then what we see from a manufacturing hub moving into an innovation hub, India could typically mean. And I think while accolades for manufacturing capabilities of having the highest number of US FDA plants in India, I think the time in the next decade or so should be also that how many new drugs are being, from a basic research, and the investments and the incentivizing on the basic research is being, so I think that's also is something which I'm hoping that would significantly improve in the next decade.
Thank you so much, Manoj. I'll come back to you. Sai, and then Simpson and Vikrant.
Thank you, Amit, and honored to be part of this panel. appreciate. I think I will echo some things that Gaganji and Manoj said earlier, right? We look at innovation across the value chain. So from what Pfizer is engaged in right now is from chemical development for API to finished dosage forms to all the way to managing clinical trials and getting the product onto market. So what is it that we ask our folks to do? We ask our folks to look at new ways of doing things that can deliver breakthroughs. So innovation that what we're expecting and what we see comes from many areas. So if I look at from a product ideation or new product development, we are looking at products for local as well as global markets. So we're able to participate from the India team, both in patient-centric innovation, looking for new opportunities in our business segment, and see what new products could be developed in our pipeline. And that's from the R&D side. As what Manoj mentioned, we're also engaged in data analytics, data management, and using digital as a platform. And I think we have tremendous amount of talent available to engage and participate in global product development from a data and digital platform standpoint. So throughout what we have grown over last 10 years or so from a team size of about 40 to right now we have about 800 in Chennai. We're contributing across different business units from small molecules to biologics to vaccines throughout the segment. So, and I think for us, we're pretty excited about the coming years, whether it's a decade or more, and the amount of growth that we believe we can achieve in India. So that's within Pfizer. What else are we looking at? So some of this information is available now. Pfizer, we're partnering with academia, for example, see how can we spur innovation now, whether it directly contributes to Pfizer or not. Most definitely, I think it's going to contribute to the ecosystem. It's going to contribute to the nation in how we are able to partner and sponsor this type of innovation. We are also partnering with some government-based organizations to spur similar innovation. So throughout, I think that, as was said before, well, manufacturing has made a big impression in terms of how we supply products. But I think it's now that I think the future in front of us is more on the R&D and product development side, and really excited as to what's to come.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll quickly jump in. Amit, thank you for this setting the context really well, and I think quite a few important points have already been made. So let me start by saying that India definitely is a massive priority market for Roche. So why do I say that? In 2020, Roche globally rolled out a 10-year vision. It was a very bold vision to say that we are going to provide 3 to 5 times more patient benefit at 50% cost to society by 2030. Very bold, very ambitious. And if Roche globally has to achieve its vision, markets like India become a big focus area. And given the huge unmet need of healthcare that we have here, I don't think so are going to be achieving our global vision without doing something significant in India. So what has happened over here? Let's talk about the products. We have a very impressive pipeline of more than 20 plus new product launches and indication extensions, which are planned for the next 3 to 5 years. They're predominantly going to be in the areas of oncology, hematology, ophthalmology, neurosciences, and infectious diseases. But what we are also doing today is we are accelerating launches in India to ensure that patients in India get the breakthrough medications as soon as possible. As soon as it's launched in markets like US or EU, we have our products being launched over here. As a matter of fact, somebody was talking about accelerated launches. We had a product called Hemlibra, which was launched within 14 months. Then next launch, which was Evrysdi, which was launched in 10 months of the US FDA launch. And then we had Ronapreve, which was an antibody cocktail, which was launched exactly during the deadly second wave of COVID. We ensured that the antibody cocktail was launched within 27 days from the moment we decided to bring the product into India. It's so far helped more than 80,000 patients fight against COVID. Now, additionally, what is also important that we prepare for new launches. Talking about the global clinical trials, Roche, again, India has been a very large contributor to global clinical trials. In fact, we have been the largest recruiter for the hemophilia segment, and also the second largest recruiter in another global clinical trial in the head and neck cancer segment. Today, in fact, our global clinical trial program participation as per India's 5-year pipeline is at nearly 75%, showing a commitment and intent to bring the best-in-class therapies to patients in India. Apart from these initiatives, I think my fellow panelists have also spoken about the various ecosystem shaping activities, which Roche is also involved in. We are in touch with multiple stakeholders in the government. We have launched multiple access projects which are underway. We have a data strategy. Apart from the pharma investment, we also have a major IT investment in India. We have 2 IT hubs, global IT hubs, set up in Pune as well as in Chennai. So there's a lot going on. But to sum it up, I'd say that India is important. And we recognize that India is a land of innovation. In fact, it's a land of unstructured pathways, as I call it. It's not the tried and tested model that are going to work in India. So we need to do new things, and we are game for that.
Yeah, and the last, Amit, if you are waiting for, I think
Absolutely.
I think the data points and the gradient which you have actually shown, they are phenomenal, just phenomenal. And imagine that India is more than 20 billion in terms of the domestic market with just 1.35% of the GDP. And with the access to institution, the market is only going to grow. You also threw some of the lights, and I rekindle myself my memory that 30 years back, when it comes to economic footprint, Novo Nordisk was not existent in India. And we were not even there. And now we are one of the major players when it comes to the playground for MNC, and with more than 4,000 employees. So that's the economic footprint. We partnered with Torrent when the biotechnology or biopharmaceuticals were unheard in 1994. That is the economic footprint, and that partnership still continues. Now there are many insulin formulations and various biopharmaceuticals which are there. We started actually the clinical trials when it was just the beginning. And today you showed actually 400 clinical trials. And let me tell you, 7% of those clinical trials are actually from Novo Nordisk. We have got the second largest team in terms of what you talked about innovation. The second largest team after the team which is promoting the medicine is no other than actually the research and development team. And that is also one of the largest investments which we do in India, with more than 280 centers, and I don't know how many subjects which are there. And then you talk about the shared services, the entire data analytics, the report writing, medical report writing, statistical formulation, even the clinical trial designs. And what we are really calling is the digital interface to the clinical trial. All that is happening with the shared service centers sitting in Bangalore. So the whole lot of economic footprint in India is commercial when it comes to manufacturing, access of products. You talked about the access of products. It's not 30% or 70% of the products, global pharma products. In fact, there is no product which we don't launch in India within the global launches within the 1 or 2 years time. So that's the kind of the speed to the launch. So when it comes to manufacturing, when it comes to the access of products, when it comes to the research and development, when it comes to the knowledge-based, capacity building in the country, I think the whole gamut which we have been doing in India has been phenomenal. You have talked about the whole pharma industry, but I just took the opportunity after the 5 speakers alluding more on the pharma as well as on their company, just to talk about what a single company as an organization can have an impact. And when you multiply with many of my colleagues and overall MNC, which have been impacting the Indian soil, I think it is phenomenal. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Vikrant, and thank you all of you for really rounding up and doing justice to the first few slides, because that really was the essence. Let me move to a few questions in the next 15, 20 minutes, and then maybe we'll have some time to take questions from the audience. So Gagan, the first question is for you, and I think you alluded to it in your talk. Let me push this a little more. But if you were to break down R&D and innovation, Gagan, and if I were to ask you to place India on that continuum, right from breakthrough R&D to developmental to applied, and so on and so forth, where would it be, and where would you like it to be?
I think, first of all, I would say India continues to play, and we may not recognize some of us who sit on the formulation side of things, what a critical role India plays in terms of innovation when it comes to custom synthesis. And I'm sure I can elaborate even more than I can on this, but clearly I can say as an example for AstraZeneca, when you develop a drug, custom synthesis really helps in giving you that flexibility and being part of the critical supply chain when you're developing these R&D products. And India has continued to play that role very, very significantly in custom synthesis. So innovation has been there as part of our DNA when it comes to this aspect. I think what today India can offer is pretty unique. And that uniqueness stems from the intersection of technology and R&D. And that can lead to an R&D getting redefined in terms of its timing, scale, go-to-market, and it can be having a very, very significant impact. I mean, while the data doesn't exist in bioscience, but I definitely know from the IT side of things that, companies who started as IT services today are evolving as part of the engineering R&D. And globally, about 6% of the engineering R&D, India is playing a critical part. I think for bioscience, something similar can happen and very rapidly, be it in artificial intelligence, be it in cloud computing, wearable sensors. All this is going to throw up data which India can help to reshape the entire R&D pipelines or technology as well. So to me, India is been doing, what I'll summarize as India has been part of the innovation journey. And I think we can accelerate that given our head start in technology than most other emerging markets.
Thank you, Gagan. Before I move to the next question, is there any additional comment from any of the panelists on this particular question? Okay. So Sai, the next question is for you. And apologies for putting you on the spot, but what would it take for Pfizer to bring more global innovation into India?
Well, okay. I think let me also add to that what Gaganji had said, right? So yes, custom synthesis, the chemical research and development, and formulation. We have a lot of strength, as we all know and acknowledge, that from the 70s and then subsequently from the 80s and 90s for both custom synthesis, chemical synthesis, and formulation development. I think we traditionally, at least if I look at it from within Pfizer, known for the generic capabilities, but it easily lends itself to contributing to the innovative pipeline as well. So let's take, for example, any product that Pfizer has now, the next gen product development, or the same, whether it is, you can call it lifecycle management or evergreening, including bringing green chemistry. We play a great role here. Formulation development. So this once again, coming in with a generic focus, but we can now contribute to the products that are currently being developed in what we typically consider a new product pipeline. And now what more can we do? I think success builds on itself. Right now, what we are looking at is how can we build on what we already have? I think there was a comment made about digital capabilities. Now, whether we look at it from an IT standpoint or we look at it purely from the point of view of the academic research that is currently happening, or the computer science field where India is contributing greatly to things like machine learning or AI, I think easily sets us up for a great deal of contribution and new innovation to the pharma sectors as well. And we're keenly exploring that right now. one of the examples I might give you is how can we look at a breakthrough way to convince regulators that what we're doing is acceptable, maybe not what would be a traditional approach to doing things, but we have the data, we have the analysis, and we have the models to show that what we have done is adequate for product approval. That's another way to look at it for product innovation. What more can we do? I think as an ecosystem, what can we do to encourage people to take more risk? And when I talk about new folks industry, how can we teach them to be more unstructured, as Simpson said, right? Not the tried and true way that maybe the education system helps them come up, but new way of thinking, taking risk in the way we do work, coming up with some innovative ideas and not being afraid to fail. I think that's one way we can contribute to our own workforce, but also in general, how we think about things. What more can we do? How can we help set up our processes in a general sense, not within our company, but outside in the ecosystem, so work can move seamlessly from maybe where it starts to where maybe it doesn't finish there, right? We need to become more of a global development for any product. And not only does it help India and the Indian ecosystem thrive and grow, but most definitely will contribute to breakthrough ways of bringing a product to market. Just a couple of things. I don't want to take up any more time. So.
Thank you, Sai. And I think all of it you spoke about would be quite relevant to every other panelist as well, and I'm sure of that. Let me ask this question to Vikrant. And Vikrant, this is more for the industry. In terms of the business model, and if I look at the talent, you spoke about the talent that you're hiring, right? Now, the talent could be talent that is servicing the globe. That could be talent that is servicing the Indian market. That could be commercial talent. But we do see, a shift in the way the constitution of that talent is taking place for multinational pharma companies, right? And I wanted to bring this question in front of this whole group because I think it's important to discuss that and shed some light on what the thinking on the business model is. I think it's well established that you all believe India is a great market for innovation. We all believe that there's going to be more and more footprint in India. But then how's the composition of that talent going to look like? I think it'll be helpful if you can, and maybe any other panelists want to share any views on that.
But thank you very much. And I think, at least in Novo Nordisk, there are two aspects to it. One is that, yes, when the organization is started, you look for a talent which can actually accelerate the business and the growth domestically. But there is a complete mind shift change in terms of getting the talent which is more international, which is much more mobile and can translate from one geography to the another geography. So that is becoming very important. At least in Novo, I can tell that we export not less than 15 people every year to different locations in different fields. So that becomes very important. Second thing is, which is becoming important, is that if India is going to become a digital hub, which we all believe, and most of the innovation and incubation is happening in India, and at least in Novo Nordisk, we are looking Novo India as the place where a lot of innovation can come in the digital side. We need the talent which can be physical as well as which has a mindset to take forward some of the strategic thinking in a digital way and find out some of those solutions. So you can say that, yes, conventionally, there was a brick and mortar model, and we have to shift fast forward, very fast, into a model which is transforming into a digital world, finding out some of the soft spots for the solutions which can come from India and which can go global. These are the two aspects. Second is, when I talk about our GPS, we are looking for really the knowledge workers who are servicing the world when it comes to accounting practices. So it's not only India, they need to be aware about what happens in the US, what are the practices around the globe, whether it is Canada, whether it is, Denmark, or the patent system across the globe, which also we have got. So it's not only limited to one geography, but to other geographies. So the various tracks, we really require the skill and the mindset, which is international. And when those capacity increases, we get the talent which is relevant for India, but also the talent which can also be exported across.
Thank you, Vikrant. Any other comments from any of the panelists on this particular topic before I move to Simpson for the next question?
Maybe I can jump in, Amit.
Yes.
I think for the last 20 years, if you look at the digital thing, from the data management, clinical data manager, which is essentially large number of people working for it. I think India has progressed extremely well. We started the journey 20 years back in supporting R&D. What we should now look at it, and I think that's where a couple of things would be critical. One is showcasing R&D as a good career opportunities in the right at the early stages. When you look at MBBS curriculum in India or MD curriculum, unless you're doing pharmacology, there is not a good curriculum to establish that the R&D could be a progressive career for you, unless until someone goes into. So that is one. How do we nurture talent which needs skill sets which are needed for future, and not just look at the past? I think digital is one thing, but also as we are getting into cell and gene therapy, biologics, I guess those are the skill sets, competencies. Soft skills like problem solving, communication, I think would play an very, very critical role in global talent for which is ready for global roles. And third thing and last thing is essentially around the ecosystem. How do we develop, while we are doing a lot of clinical trials and there are a lot of clinical sites, but if you look at the exponential growth in quality sites, and the easiest example is always to look at how many plants are USFDA and how many clinical trial sites have a uniform methodology to do a good quality clinical trial. And I think those sites have unfortunately not grown at that same pace. So essentially, also at the sites where a lot of clinical work is happening, the site manager, the chief investigator, and the other sites, how do we do a quality work there so that the standards are at par with the global sites? There are, of course, some of the sites are absolutely at par with global, but there are also some other challenges there. So how do we bring in uniformity and prepare the talent which needs to be there at the sites, not just work in the corporate? And partnerships, where a lot of ecosystem development in terms of partnering with a lot of sites, a lot of companies like TCS, for example, just to name one, could also be there, right, where we work with CROs and partners to really prepare the sites and have some uniformity in terms of the way we develop the sites which are participating in global clinical trials.
Thank you, Manoj. Simpson, one of the programs that has been at least my personal favorite is the Blue Tree program, which Roche launched, right? And a related question to that, which is a broader question around patient support, patient market access, some of the innovation that reaches the last mile. I would really like if you can share some light on what Roche has done on that front, what the industry is doing, and how it's benefited innovation at large.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad topic, but let me try and be a little concise on this. See, at the end of the day, we can have all the groundbreaking advances in healthcare, and it's only going to be meaningful when they actually reach the patients who actually need them. So we have to say that many best-in-class products in India, which are still not available to all those who are in need and who could possibly benefit from it. So at this point of time, we're working with healthcare providers, regulators, and health systems to ensure that this access gap is met. But the key thing over here is, it is just not the company's responsibility to provide access. It's the ecosystem which needs to come together to make health a priority. So you spoke about the Blue Tree program. The Blue Tree program is all about how do you kind of not look at just one part of the patient journey, which is mostly everyone talks about access is equivalent to a cost. And all you need to do is make it affordable and everyone else will get it. And that's not true. We see that we kind of like, I know KG keeps saying this again and again, we have the world's largest population of anemics in India. And it's not that we don't have a solution for that, which is economical. So there's multiple things about awareness, diagnosis, capability, and capacity, and infrastructure which are needed over and above the affordability component which needs to be met. So you need to look at it from a patient journey approach rather than it as just the cost approach. So that's the fundamental principle of the Blue Tree program as well. But personally, for us in Roche, the access strategy is built on 5 pillars because if you have to have innovation in the market, we are thinking of number one, technology integration. Prioritization of the disease area itself is a big task because many times that doesn't get done. And very importantly, I think we have, as much as we have a large population, we don't have the adequate amount of resources, which means that there's some kind of decentralization of care pathways that needs to be done. Otherwise, we are not going to have, with the limited number of stakeholders and the healthcare professionals which are available, to cater to the needs of the broader population. And again, standardization of care pathways is a very important thing. There has to be equity of access. It shouldn't be that the rich get the best standard of care and the poor don't get it. That's completely not the right thing. How is it that we can drive this thought process? So we are looking at various ways in which we can, as an organization, focus on this aspect. And finally, we call this as a funding stack. For the kind of needs which are here in India, I don't think so a single entity will be able to kind of cater to that particular need. We have to look at innovative funding models, which would have something like multiple partners to come together to solve for this particular issue. So, in fact, funding remains one of the biggest barriers of accessing a standard of care drug in India right now. The government is looking at increased allocation to healthcare, but if you look at it, rare diseases where and the category 3 are among the rarest and most severe and do not have any funding support most of the time. So there are certain things which needs to kind of change. And I mean, I can go on and on, Amit, so I don't want to kind of like take too much of your time, but I'll be happy to share more, quite a few things which can possibly get done. And this is what in Roche that we are trying to do. And personally, as a health economist, I think we need to have data-based decision making. We have to look at societal burden and societal cost, for which we need to go into the health technology assessment at some point of time. That's when you go from a relativity and a gut feel into something which is data-based. And we need to take our decisions along those lines. And that's when we build a high quality health system.
Absolutely, Simpson, and you actually laid the way for my next question, and this is for each one of you, because we've talked about a lot about the opportunity, right? I think Simpson has now touched upon some of the constraints and the challenges. Let me break it down into 3 parts, right? And I would love to have a viewpoint from each of you on that. Let me break it down into the point around infrastructure, around regulation, and around talent, right? And now let's juxtapose, what's going on the industry per se, and anyone can start. But what really are your observations on one or all of these 3 things with respect to what's going on in India? And maybe we can zoom in on the clinical aspect of it and then broaden it, please.
Yeah, but Amit, I can start here. I was the last one to put across on your first question. So I think what Simpson talked about, let me talk about the access and touch on the infrastructure and relationship of an infrastructure. So in Novo Nordisk, we say a rule of half. We majorly play in the area of diabetes. So if there are 100 patients who have got diabetes, half of them don't even know that they have got diabetes. And then half of them actually go for the treatment or diagnosis. And then half of them actually go for the treatment. And then half of it only get an optimal outcome. So finally, out of 100, only 6.25% people are getting an optimal outcome for a disease like diabetes, where we have a dubious distinction of having 77 million people. So you can imagine the kind of burden it might have, economic burden, social burden, as well as the health burden in terms of any state or overall country. Now, when it comes to infrastructure, I think a lot is being done. COVID was one wake up call in terms of awareness of health as such. And I think it brought a little more awareness in the minds of the government stakeholder in terms of taking some more steps towards organized way of taking care of the population. So we believe that there is a starting point which has happened. Of course, the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Ayushman Bharat started much more early. There are some starting steps which are happening in the wellness clinics which are also there. But I think there is still quite a lot of room to play when it comes to infrastructure. Simpson touched on it that access is not an alone game. It's an ecosystem. An ecosystem has got a strong play of infrastructure. And I think somewhere the government has to come forward along with private parties to build a strong fundamental infrastructure so that this axis can move forward. And I think the scope is plentiful, both from organization commercial aspiration point of view, but also from the health of nation point of view. Back to you.
Thank you, Vikrant. Anyone else on the questions?
If there's a pause, I can go in. So I think if we rarely see we've spoken about talent, tech, and partnerships. So that's really the basis of taking the whole innovation and R&D story forward. And everyone's really elaborated on talent and tech, but I'll talk a little bit about partnerships. I think the synergistic collaboration cannot be overemphasized when we talk about really taking the R&D forward. While in my initial address, I said, look, this decade belongs to us, and it's for us to seize it. But it's not a given. It's not a given. I mean, we really need an ecosystem like some of my colleagues have mentioned today for us to succeed. And for R&D to really succeed, we need government to create that synergistic partnership. To begin with, when it comes to IPR, a strengthening of the IPR is going to be very critical if we want to look at R&D investments coming into the country. When we look at regulatory bodies, how do they work together? How do we shorten the timelines of approvals is going to be other very critical aspects. The third aspect of it is while we say talent, but how do we develop? And Manoj emphasized that, how do we develop talent which is industry ready? For most of us, what we see is, when we bring in talent, we need a certain gestation period to reorient them towards the applied side of science. So I think that's an element as well, which is going to be critical. We can move the value up the value chain. I think we've got a great opportunity, but we'll require a lot of synergistic collaboration.
There are two.
If I can.
Go ahead, Sai.
Pull the thread on the talent piece that was talked about, right? That's, I think, the challenge. I mean, we can talk about the other points that you mentioned, Amit, but on talent specifically is developing, as Manoj mentioned, soft skills. Soft skills have to definitely be developed to work in a global environment if we're going to do global product development. But the one thing that I would say is, how do we encourage people to really dig deep and stay on the technical realm, right? So we bring people that are very sharp. They get PhDs and great pedigrees, and they enjoy the science, but somehow the growth in the field is not equated to spending more time with science and really digging deep and becoming that expert in whatever field they choose. Somehow it's measured. I think that ecosystem plays a role. It's measured in how far do you rise in the corporate, and where do we go? So I think rewards and compensation do need to play a part there to recognize people who really live out their passion and spend the time in doing innovation on chemistry or science fields. So if I were to look at Chennai as one of the 3 R&D centers for our business, I look at in 10 years, how can I have say a dozen subject matter experts in any area that we are playing in. How can I develop that in this group to where globally they're recognized within Pfizer at least that they're the research fellows when it comes to their field? And that's a problem that I don't have an answer to that, but I think that if we can develop that, and there's it's a great deal that they can contribute to the ecosystem as well.
Maybe I mean that just to add further to one aspect of it is while the number of clinical trials have increased and will continue to increase, I think how Gagan put it, right? It is not a given, yeah. And I think the foundational things around people, but more importantly, if you look at just from a look at number of PhD research which happens in pharmaceutical or health in India, and you look at the numbers in big countries like China or US, I think there is a lot to So when we say India is not spending enough money in health as a percent of GDP, I think it's on both the counts. One, from a treatment landscape as to build the structural which are deficiencies to get the right treatment for the population so that people are not getting spending money. But more importantly, also to build the foundation around spending and incentivizing basic research. I mean, if you look at, I think from an educational perspective, we give example of software, Silicon Valley to Bangalore or Hyderabad, and essentially reason is because the number of software engineers which are passing out in India are comparatively much higher. So I guess one is that how do we put more money on the table as a country so that people who have research mindset do not just go abroad. And we look at that model in South Korea where we can ask them to come back. I think that's not going to happen in next 5-10 years unless until there is enough money on the table for basic research. Yeah. So I think that's also is part of the From a regulation perspective, I think clinical trial regulations are pretty clear, robust, very, very transparent. I think it's our clinical trial regulation per se are quite good. The only point which I think I would restate here because it's important and we have been talking about it multiple times is how does the clinical trial from commercialization perspectives are being looked at, and I think IPR does play a very, very important role. And let me reiterate it again. I think Gagan has said that. So I think those are the two additional things apart from what Vikrant and Gagan and others have said. Yeah.
Thanks everyone. And I know we are out of time. There are two questions that have come for the audience, and the way I'd request all of you all to answer it is give me a score from 1 to 10, 1 being lowest and 10 being the highest. And the two questions are: one is how bright is the future of MNCs in India, and the second question is how important is India in the MNC portfolio?
So we don't have a crystal ball, but I think
score.
I think from a revenue perspective, from a revenue perspective, everybody said number 14th is overall revenues, right? But when you look at when you decipher and look at 20% of the market is for multinationals, I guess we would be slightly lower. So it's not very important, but I think it's from a growth perspective it is. So I would say around 6 to 7. Yeah.
And how bright is the future of MNCs? Yeah. Sorry, Vikrant, I just want to put Manoj on the spot and get both the scores. So he said 6 on 1.
I am extremely bullish for India. I think as an emerging country and it's not just being an Indian. I think what India offers, and probably we need to tap it. I think I'm extremely bullish. I would say at least 9 for India for the next decade is going to be for us. Yeah.
No, to be fair to the colleagues who are working in Indian large organizations and making a difference, I would say it depends upon the way you fight. So I will put it MNC in India at 5. You play your game and you become 10 or you become 1. For Novo Nordisk, India is 10 out of 10, one of the most important affiliates. In fact, growing phenomenally well, and I think it will continue to remain very, very important.
Okay, I think I'll follow Vikrant's score, maybe slightly higher in terms of the first one. I close to around 7 in terms of how multinationals are looked at, but as a priority for Roche, I'd say it would be a 10.
Yeah, I would go much higher and say, look, MNCs, lead from an innovation perspective, lead not only just in product, but even in terms of management practices and the processes that we offer in the country, clearly are lifting the game, and we've been doing that over the decades and over the years. So I think that to me is the real sweet spot from that perspective. Where does India fit in? I think. You cannot ignore today India. You can only ignore India at your peril. For every company, it has to be eventually, if you have to look at emerging markets, you have to look at future talent, India has to play a very, very critical role. So for me, it's two very high scores.
Hi, you're last.
Well, you're going to ask an R&D guy to talk about. So I will stay silent on that, but I would say that from an R&D and talent pipeline and the ability to contribute to product development, we're pretty high for Pfizer. I would rate as a 7 or an 8, and we're really looking at the coming decade to be even a bigger contributor for Pfizer's product development.
Great.
Yeah, I'll stay silent on the commercial side.
I appreciate that. Yeah, but this has been amazing. Thank you so much to the panelists for being so candid and participating with such energy. Thank you again to OPPI, and Khyati, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Mukim, and thank you all our panelists. Thank you for such a riveting discussion. It was lovely to have all of you here. With that, we are moving forward to our final keynote address of the day. I would once again invite back Mr. S. Sridhar, President OPPI and Managing Director Pfizer Limited, to join us and introduce us to the keynote speaker. Welcome, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Khyati. It's welcome back, everybody, for the last session. I hope you all had a fantastic session since evening today. The last session for the day is very interesting. We're calling it Project Lightspeed, COVID-19 and Beyond. And we've got two people coming in, speaking to us about it from Pfizer. The first person to come and talk to us is Rod McKenzie. Rod McKenzie is the Executive Vice President and Chief Development Officer of Pfizer. Rod led the Global Product Development Organization, responsible for the clinical development and advancement of Pfizer's pipeline of innovative medicines in inflammation immunology, internal medicine, hospital products, oncology, and rare diseases, as well as regulatory affairs in support of Pfizer's R&D pipeline and portfolio of marketed therapies. In the 35 years with Pfizer, Rod held a number of numerous leadership positions, and has made very important contributions for the patients. A recent highlight of which includes overseeing development teams to deliver the first ever COVID-19 vaccine and the oral antiviral in record time, setting a new standard for drug development. It's a really happy we're all having Rod addresses. Unfortunately, Rod could not come in person, but it's given his recording, and we're playing a recording for you. Thank you.
Good morning, OPPI members, esteemed government officials, and industry veterans. I'm Rod McKenzie with Pfizer. I wanted to share a few thoughts with you this morning about the future of R&D, as I had the privilege and the honour of overseeing our unprecedented COVID-19 development efforts as part of my 35-year career at Pfizer. Now, the urgency of COVID-19 forced us to think very differently and challenge every one of our convictions about drug and vaccine discovery and development. As many of you know, it can take more than 10 years to bring a vaccine or a potential new treatment from discovery through reviews and approvals. And yet, through an accelerated approach, which we called Lightspeed, we were able to develop and secure emergency use authorization for the first COVID-19 vaccine in just 266 days, working with our partner BioNTech. Now, on a similarly accelerated timeline, in only 17 months from the date of first synthesis to the first emergency use authorization, Pfizer designed, developed, and received that first emergency use authorization for Paxlovid, an oral antiviral treatment for COVID-19. And you will hear much more about this remarkable journey in much greater detail from my colleague, Annalisa Anderson. Now, while the fight against COVID-19 is not over yet, it's important to recognize that these remarkable achievements have very important implications for the future of drug development. Put simply, if we can do this for COVID, why not cancer? Why not rare diseases? Pfizer feels very passionately that COVID must serve as a catalyst for change. The durable lessons that were learned from working differently during the pandemic should help accelerate breakthroughs for other patients whose needs are no less urgent. Now, we see opportunity in the following areas. First of all, in building a digitally resilient clinical trial system. We learned that digital tools can be used to great effect to ensure patients can continue to safely participate in research during the pandemic. Secondly, in ensuring robust, interactive scientific dialogue between regulators and sponsors throughout the development process. The COVID-19 pandemic has pressure tested regulatory systems like never before. And we saw increased collaboration, global harmonization among regulatory agencies to facilitate faster scientific exchanges and accelerate the safe development of medicines and vaccines, which has been greatly to the benefit of patients around the globe. And finally, cross-sector collaboration. The unprecedented level of engagement from so many in the health innovation ecosystem that we saw will help us carry on this into the future. Which is why I'm so excited to be addressing you today, because in India, the thriving R&D ecosystem will play a vital role in shaping the future of the healthcare industry. We're very proud of Pfizer's Innovation Accelerator program with IIT Delhi that promotes and supports startups to develop novel healthcare solutions that have the potential to prevent, to diagnose, or to treat patients both in India and, of course, across the world. And we're soon launching the next phase of this program to specifically identify, to nurture, and take to market startups in the areas of oncology and digital health. Pfizer's Global Product Development Center in Chennai houses more than 650 researchers and clinicians focused on developing breakthroughs that change patients' lives, and our center in Chennai is the largest single center we have in global product development. Additionally, Pfizer has set up an R&D center at IIT Madras in the city of Chennai. This will house over 250 scientists and will consolidate all of Pfizer's India-based laboratory capabilities, and it will be focused on new product innovations, API development, injectable finished dosage development, and it will house our global services centers of excellence. By applying the lessons learned since the start of the pandemic, all of us in the healthcare industry can seize this moment and emerge stronger, more efficient, and much more patient-centric to advance and deliver the scientific breakthroughs of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Ron McKenzie for us, really showcasing his experience on developing COVID vaccine and his interest. It's really, really thankful, Ron, for coming in and addressing us today. We have a second speaker today, Dr. Annalisa Anderson. Dr. Annalisa Anderson, PhD, FAM, has over 20 years of pharmaceutical research experience and is currently Senior Vice President and Chief Scientific Officer for both bacterial vaccines and hospital unit at Pfizer Inc. Annalisa's responsibilities include infectious disease vaccine research and development, as well as the development and implementation of Pfizer's anti-infective portfolio strategy. She has made substantial contributions to vaccine antigen discovery, analytical strategy, clinical proof of concept, and vaccine issues. As a CSO for Pfizer Hospital, she has responsibilities for the development of therapeutic options for the treatment of COVID-19, including protease inhibitor Paxlovid. Dr. Anderson earned a doctorate in biological sciences at the University of Warwick, England, and has completed 2 postdoctoral fellowships. Dr. Anderson, I would like to really thank you for joining us live today and really appreciate giving us your time to OPPI. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Shadira, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk to you and government officials and members of OPPI around our Paxlovid program, which Rod mentioned in his introduction, is an example of our light speed effort to bring important medicines to the world as soon as possible. So, sorry, the slide looks a bit blurry, just checking if you can see it okay. If we could go to the next slide. Thank you, and here are just our forward-looking statements. And I will now go to the presentation slide. So we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I don't need to tell you what's about the global crisis with COVID-19. It's something we all experienced over the last 2 years, and it has been really quite catastrophic from a human health perspective, including mental health and child development, because of the effects that we've had with all the various lockdowns and uncertainties around a disease that with no treatment options when it first emerged. So, we've seen global cases of, nearly 500 million and deaths of, at least 6 million, with many more potentially not reported. So if you can go to the next slide, at Pfizer, we realized first, with the vaccine, but also with the therapeutic, that we really had to come to arms and develop something that could contribute to helping to stop the pandemic. We went for an end-to-end approach with the vaccine to prevent the disease, and also the therapeutic to be able to treat people who are at risk of serious outcomes of COVID-19. Rod mentioned the time frame that it took us in a matter of under 2 years to be able to get initial authorization for Paxlovid. And this slide just outlines the process. We had a 4-month discovery phase where we utilized our experience in digital design and artificial development to make many compounds virtually that had the potential to inhibit SARS-CoV-2. And then by July of 2020, we had our first molecule synthesized, which was nirmatrelvir, which went on to form the active component of Paxlovid. We were able to facilitate the speed with urgency and without, cutting any corners for safety. And we did several things in parallel. So once we got the initial antiviral data for nirmatrelvir and understood that it was going to have good bioavailability, we then triggered spend at risk on manufacturing for both the phase 3 study and also for launch. And so that was done before we had in vivo animal data and also before we had the toxicology study done. So the toxicology study went at a normal pace. We did all the things that we needed to do. And then we're able to start the phase 1 study in March of last year. On getting, encouraging data from our phase 1 study, and this is where we made the decision to add ritonavir with nirmatrelvir, which makes Paxlovid. We then were able to start our phase 2/3 study, our first one in July, which read out in the November timeframe, and at which point we were then able to go forward for our global emergency authorizations. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This is just covering a little bit of the biology of SARS-CoV-2 and how one needs to think about it when you're designing a therapeutic. And so on the left of the slide is the life cycle. So the virus is able to enter the cell through interaction with the ACE and TMPRSS receptors. And then inside of the cell, it sheds its coat and is able to hijack the cell's reproductive system to be able to itself propagate. And then the boxes show different areas of intervention. So, the mechanism of action for the vaccine and the monoclonal antibodies, which were also authorized within the first year of the pandemic, is to prevent the virus from entering the cells by targeting the spike protein. And there's a picture of the spike protein on the right of the slide at the top. It's a great target. The vaccines work very well at preventing severe outcomes of disease. But what we do see is that there is still, a disease burden based on, people who don't respond to the vaccine due to, medical conditions, or they may have, less access to the vaccine. And also when antibodies wane, we start to see more infections, albeit less severe infections. And that's because the spike protein mutates. It's on the surface of the virus, and so it's accessible to what we call immune pressure. So we decided not to take that approach for the therapeutic, but rather look at the replication machinery. And we selected the main protease, or the Mpro, to target. This enzyme causes proteolysis. So after the translation of the RNA fragment, you get the polypeptide, which is then cleaved by the Mpro to facilitate the production of the replication machinery. The Mpro is shown on the bottom right of the slide. And one of the several reasons why we like the Mpro, there's precedence for protease inhibitors to be, very effective in other viruses such as HIV and hepatitis C. And also it's highly conserved across the coronavirus, providing the potential for a pan-coronavirus treatment. And this was very important to us because, I think we were all a little bit blindsided by the fact that there was a virus that was causing a pandemic that had no treatment options. And, we were managing the current pandemic, but also in the back of our minds, we were thinking, well, what if this happens again? What if it's not SARS-CoV-2? What if it's SARS-CoV-4 or 5? What else can coronavirus give to us, in the upcoming years, in the long term, hopefully the long term. And so that was another reason for picking the main protease as a target. It's also, specific to coronaviruses. So you're not going to get any, reactions with any molecules with our own human cells. It's got high selectivity and specificity if you target this molecule. So that was our reasoning for going with the main protease. If you could go to the next slide, please. Here's just a very top level of the discovery process. So the molecule is on the left of the slide, Mrcp, and we were able to adapt it in a way to make it orally bioavailable. And then the other thing that was important from the design perspective was to kind of guard against resistance. We want to have a high bar of resistance. We know that protease inhibitors for HIV and HCV, are subject to resistance, and that's why they're used in combination with other compounds. And we knowing the history of HIV and therapeutic development, what we saw is that they got better, yes, with each generation of protease inhibitor. And one of the things that is important is to make sure that your molecule really closely matches the substrate of the main protease, because if it closely matches the substrate, and because it's a very important enzyme for the virus, it makes it much harder to mutate, and so then see resistance emerge. And so what you're seeing in the box in the middle is the substrate and the nirmatrelvir, and you can see that it's really lying on top of it, and there's not much room for changes to occur. Of course, we're monitoring for resistance, and so far in our clinical studies, we haven't seen anything that concerns us. But this is a really important point. how much does your therapeutic match the actual substrate that you're targeting? Is there room for resistance to develop to therefore, throw out your molecule, but still to be able to do its role of clipping that polypeptide? So I mentioned selectivity, and it was very important that we were selective against human targets. Sorry, if we could go back to the previous slide. I was just finishing up. So it was very important that we were selective against other targets, and thank you. We could see that versus human proteins, we didn't want to have any safety risks at all. Our vision was that this would be a treatment that people could take at the first sign of illness to prevent the severe outcomes. And so if you have a medicine that is available to a broad population, you want it to be as safe as possible. So if we can go to the next slide, I've got a little bit of the in vivo data that I mentioned that we were doing in parallel to our toxicology studies, something that we don't normally do. We normally have a full preclinical package before we start toxicology, but again, because of the urgency, we did it in parallel. So the slide, the panel on the left of the slide just shows our in vitro activity in a cell line in an in vivo assay against the different coronaviruses, the variants of concern and some of the variants of interest. And what you can see is that we get very potent activity in the low nanomolar range for all the variants that we have tested to date. For the current variants, we wouldn't expect to see a change in activity because, as I mentioned before, the main protease is on the inside of the virus. It's not subject to immune pressure in the same way that the spike protein is, which is the target of the vaccine and monoclonals. And really the variants of concern are currently being driven by the spike protein changes. The central panel is some histopathology data from mice that have been challenged with SARS-CoV-2 and then treated with different concentrations of nirmatrelvir. So the top left panel is a healthy lung that hasn't been infected. And then the top right panel represents a infected lung, and you can see all those brown splodges across the lung that aren't there in the picture next to it, and that represents the virus. So then when you look at the lung after treatment, we have a low dose treatment and a high dose treatment, and what you can see in that lung is a reduction in damage of the lungs, but also as you increase the dose, you're able to completely clear the virus out of those lungs. So that was very encouraging, especially as we were already, investing in our manufacturing capabilities to show this data. On the far right is just some additional data to show that the animals that were treated with nirmatrelvir didn't lose weight during the study compared to the control, which did, another indication that the treatment is working. And then when we looked at the viral load in the lungs of the animals, similar to what you see in the histopathology picture in the center, you can see a nice reduction in viral load that's associated with increasing concentrations. So this data is published and it's taken from our Science publication that was published at the end of last year, and also an online publication that we have that shows the variant data. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This is our first in human clinical data for nirmatrelvir. And what we did was, we went from the start of the study to the, choosing the formulation for our pivotal studies in 5 weeks. So we did what's called a cross-lever design. We were able to actually conduct the study in a clinical trial unit that belongs to Pfizer in Connecticut. And to save time, rather than sending the samples out for analysis to CROs, we actually, sent them to our laboratories in Connecticut, and our research scientists actually did the analysis to see, what the pharmacokinetics of nirmatrelvir and ritonavir were in the patient, in the volunteers. So we were able to very quickly, literally the day after dosing, get the data that we needed to then make the decisions on what the next dose would be. And what we saw very quickly was that if you add the ritonavir, we were really able to boost the exposures to 5 to 6 times over the EC90 of the amount of virus, the amount of compound that we need to kill 90% of the virus in an in vitro assay. So this is critical. As I mentioned earlier, for other pathogens, resistance has been seen for protease inhibitors. And so, if we make sure that there's, so much protease inhibitor in there at the time of treatment, it makes it much, much harder for resistance to develop. And so that was why, we selected to go with the ritonavir to really make sure we had, high amounts of compound there. And so what the graph is showing is the time after dose on the horizontal axis and the amount of exposure on the vertical axis. The dotted lines represent the EC90s that I mentioned earlier for SARS-CoV-2 and other coronaviruses. And, this really nicely shows that when you dose with nirmatrelvir and ritonavir, you get this nice high exposure well above the EC90 for these viruses. Shall we go to the next slide, please? This brings us to our pivotal study that we conducted, that we started in July of last year, and it read out in November of last year. So it was a large global study and enrolling just over 2,000 patients with COVID-19. They were non-hospitalized, but they weren't vaccinated, but they were of high risk of severe outcomes of COVID-19. The countries where we enrolled are listed, and we had endpoints of being able to show a reduction of hospitalization and or death. So it was also very important for us to make sure that we could do what I would call a clean experiment. What do I mean by clean experiment? So COVID-19 is an acute virus, and when we started this study, we didn't know how many days you had before giving a treatment wouldn't be effective. And so we did 2 endpoints. The first one was for people who had been diagnosed with symptom onset and to start their treatment within 3 days of symptom onset. And the second one was within 5 days, because looking back, for example, at influenza, you really only have 24 to 48 hours to be able to have benefit from treatment. And so we didn't want to do this large study and then find that our window was too broad. This was extremely challenging in a clinical trial environment during a pandemic. One of the things that we know about SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 infections is people don't always get tested. And so that's kind of an important take-home message is, if people feel sick, they need to get tested so that they can have the appropriate treatment, whether it's for flu or for COVID-19. If we could go to the next slide. Here are our results. And as I mentioned, we looked at treatment from 3 days from symptom onset and also from 5 days. And, what we found, which was, was really kind of amazing, from our perspective, considering the fact that, we were running this program at pace, was that we did see such high efficacy for this little molecule that was only synthesized in July of 2020. So we saw an 89% reduction of hospitalization and death when treated within 3 days of symptom onset. And we saw no deaths. So we saw 100% efficacy against death. And likewise for day 5, we saw no deaths in our treatment group. And we saw an 88% efficacy in reduction of hospitalization. And hospitalization was characterized as at least 24 hours in hospital. So, not visiting an emergency room, not medical intervention. It was really, someone was admitted and hospitalized. So as I mentioned, the relative risk reduction of over 88% compared to placebo when you initiate within 5 days or less of symptom onset. We also looked at viral load, and we saw a 10-fold decrease in viral load compared to the placebo. And we had a very good safety profile. So if we can go to the next slide. Here's just the same data in reverse cumulative plot, and again, showing the separation between the treatment in red and the placebo in black over time for the study population. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this slide really shows, what are our current studies that we have ongoing. We have the EPIC-HR, which is the one for which the data I've just presented, and so that is completed and was used to support our emergency use authorizations. And we have 3 other studies, EPIC-PEP. So EPIC-PEP is a post-exposure prophylactic study. So if you are, in contact with someone, if you have someone in your household who's diagnosed with COVID-19, we're looking to see whether or not taking this treatment can prevent, household contacts or other contacts from catching COVID-19. And we're looking to have this data available quite soon. The standard risk study was designed in a similar way to the high-risk study, except for this one, rather than patients who are unvaccinated and at high risk of COVID-19, we enrolled 2 populations of patients. The first were standard risk who were unvaccinated and were not of known high risk of severe outcomes of COVID-19. And the second cohort were vaccinated patients who were at high risk of COVID-19. And when we talk about high risk, we talk about standard Centers for Disease Control's definitions, such as older age, diabetes, and weight. And unfortunately, for many of us, weight is it's a BMI measure. So there's actually, many people who fall into the category of high risk according to the BMI. So we did an interim analysis for our standard risk study in December of last year, and what we found actually surprised us after seeing the high efficacy for EPIC-HR. So the SR endpoint was actually a symptom-based score to look for improvement in symptoms. And what we saw was in the study, and it was a patient self-assessed scoring system. What we found was we didn't see an improvement in symptoms, which was our primary endpoint. However, the DMC, even though it was an interim analysis and we failed our primary endpoint, the DMC recommended that we continued. Why did they do that? Because our secondary endpoint was the same as the primary endpoint for the high-risk study, and that was hospitalization or death. And they did see a 70% reduction in hospitalization or death in this lower risk population. And so what we have done is we have continued the study. We've actually enrolled more subjects, or we're in the process of enrolling more subjects, so that we can power that secondary endpoint to show the benefit for a reduction in hospitalization or death, which is really, what we care about when we think about SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 disease, preventing those severe outcomes. The last study on this list is pediatric. And so this is our pediatric study. So our emergency use authorization in the US and in other regions is for 12 years and up. We didn't study 12 years and up. We studied 18 and up. However, based on doing PK analysis, many agencies have given us authorization for 12 years and up. We know many children who have had COVID-19, and a lot of people don't think it's significant. However, if you're an immunocompromised child, or if you have risk factors, such as the ones that I mentioned, COVID-19 can be extremely severe. And there's large numbers of children who have been hospitalized and also died because of COVID-19. And so, we think it's very important to make sure that there's treatment options available for them. And so the way this study is designed, the authorization was for children who were 12 years and above and 40 kilograms and above. And so the first stage of the study is to go into children 12 years and above, stepping down by age, who are over 40 kilograms. The next step will be to lower the age for children 6 years and above, with the same, over 40 kilogram weight criteria, but also then looking to, stepping down to children 20 kilograms, etc., with an expectation that we'll go down, providing the safety warrants it into babies, so that there will be a treatment option across all age groups. So if we could go to the next slide. I'd like to just reaffirm, how we are committed to working towards equitable access to treatment for patients in need, being able to deliver safe and effective antiviral therapeutics as soon as possible and at an affordable price. To enable broad reach of our COVID-19 oral treatment, we've established a comprehensive strategic partnership with worldwide governments, international global health leaders, and global manufacturers that considers the current evolution of the disease and the impact of infection, prevention, and control measures to be optimized overall supply and access of a safe, effective treatment to the most vulnerable parts of the world. Part of this strategic approach is a voluntary license agreement that we have established with the UN-backed Medicines Patent Pool, or MPP for short, to attempt to expand access, pending country regulatory authorization or approval, in 95 low and middle-income countries that accounts for approximately 53% of the world's population. Last week, the MPP announced the 35 manufacturers they have approved to produce generic versions of the oral treatment and/or API, having demonstrated their ability to meet MPP's requirements with respect to production capability, regulatory compliance, as well as international standards for the quality assured medicines. 19 of these companies are in India, the most manufacturers from any one country to have received the sub-license. They have a non-exclusive license which allows them to produce the raw ingredient for nirmatrelvir and/or the finished drug in combination with ritonavir. They are then able to market the treatment throughout India or the 94 other low and middle income countries covered by the Pfizer MPP agreement. I'm also proud to share that just yesterday, Pfizer announced it will supply UNICEF with up to 4 million treatment courses of Paxlovid for distribution in these same 95 countries, pending authorization or approval, including India. This supply agreement is another important part of our strategy to accelerate access to treatment and support the urgent needs in patients in these countries. If we could go to the next slide. Thank you. So I'd just like to summarize. So at Pfizer, we've focused and continue to focus our efforts on advancing potential therapies to help combat COVID-19 with the goal to positively impact the treatment paradigm for as broad a population of patients as possible, subject to the regulatory authorizations and approval. We're proud and encouraged that Paxlovid has now been authorized or approved in more than 50 countries to help combat this devastating disease. Our work continues with the ongoing EPIC studies, and we look forward to sharing future data later in the year. So I'd like to again thank you for inviting us to come and share our COVID stories with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annalisa Anderson. Thank you for being here and sharing those key insights. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Rod McKenzie. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying here with us through the first day of OPPI Annual Summit. We are happy to have more than 500 digital audience on day one itself. Now that we've come to the end of day one of the OPPI Annual Summit, I'd like to invite Ms. Asawari Sathye, Director Communications and Patient Advocacy OPPI, for the closing remarks. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. First of all, a very good evening to all of you. OPPI expresses its gratitude to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank Secretary DOP, Madam S. Aparna, and various government dignitaries, our partners and collaborators for the summit, all our eminent speakers and panelists who took time out of their schedules to be a part of this event. Congratulations to all the winners, very well deserved indeed, and thank you to you all, our wonderful audience, for joining in today's sessions. I'm sure you will all agree that all of the sessions have been extremely engaging and insightful. The summit has a very clear focus on working towards building an environment where the pharmaceutical industry growth is ably supported by investments in R&D and innovation. What has been very clear in all our discussions today, and that has been reiterated by all our speakers, is that we are on an exciting and transformative journey, and at the center of this transformation is innovation. The new normal of a dynamic and digitized world will guide us in our path of becoming the pharmacy of the world and in making the journey from Make in India to Discover in India. OPPI remains a committed partner to the government and other key stakeholders in making this vision a reality. With that, thank you once again for being a part of day one of the OPPI Annual Summit. We look forward to welcoming you all tomorrow for the second day of the summit, which will also recognize pioneering researchers as well as government dignitaries and host a galaxy of eminent global and Indian research scholars. Thank you, good evening, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Ms. Asawari Sathye. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of day one, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the officials of Government of India, dignitaries and speakers for their time and insight, and of course you for being here. We encourage you to share your key takeaways with a wider audience on Twitter or LinkedIn using the hashtag OPPI Annual Summit and hashtag Research Redefined. You can also tag us at OPPI India. We look forward to meeting you tomorrow at 3 p.m. India time for the day 2 of the summit. We would also like to take this opportunity and thank Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Department of Pharmaceuticals in West India, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Quality Council of India for collaborating with us. I would also take this moment to thank our knowledge partner, Accenture, our session sponsor, IQVIA Consulting and Information Services India Private Limited, in collaboration with IFPMA, JPMA, PHRMA. Our award sponsors, Pfizer Limited, APJ Satya Group, Merck Specialties Private Limited, Bayer Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, and of course, Billcare Limited. Our logo partners, Pfizer Limited, Johnson & Johnson Private Limited, Boehringer Ingelheim India Private Limited, Novo Nordisk India Private Limited, MSD Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, and Sanofi India Limited for their support. With this, I once again thank you all for being part of the day one of OPPI Annual Summit. I'm Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. See you all tomorrow. Stay safe.